right. Make sure you go subscribe to Pharaoh Said That Live. You'll see it in the chat. Pharaoh Said That Live as one of the mods. Click that. Go subscribe. Get over there, or you're going to miss the premiere over there. You're going to miss all the new programming that's going to pop up over there. So go over there and subscribe ASAP, all right? Pharaoh Said That Live. It's going down over there. All right, so let's get ready for this conversation tonight. All right, here we go. All right, Repill City, Repill City. Run those likes up, share, subscribe. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. Am I going to go too far? Am I going to behave myself tonight? I don't know. It's always a pleasure, you all. I get a lot of joy out of talking to you all. I find it to be very important, very invigorating to share my ideas and thoughts. I get off, I really enjoy just sharing what I think. Hopefully, it stimulates you to create your own thoughts based off of my thoughts so that when you get off of here, your mind is creating your own thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I encourage you to go live too. I encourage you to go live. I encourage you to make some noise on your Instagram, your Facebook, your TikTok, X, YouTube. I encourage you to make some noise. You probably got things you got some passion for, things you see, and those things need to be documented. You're a very fortunate group. When I was young, you never would have been able to do this. You never would have been able to do what I'm doing. When I was growing up, the only people who got to talk was ABC, NBC, CBS. ABC, NBC, CBS. There wasn't even a CNN or none of that. And they were the only people did all the talking. Nobody else got to do any talking. So rep your city, we're going to get it going. We got Bloomfield, Connecticut in the building. We got Dallas in the building. We got the beautiful and gorgeous Teresa in the building. Ooh, Greenville. I'm very biased towards the ladies. Is that cool? I know you brothers, I know that you see, I always give the ladies a break. Atlanta's in the building. Baltimore's in the building. I feel like I should go harder on the men. The men are the soldiers. I believe in going hard on the men. San Francisco, California, go hard on the men and let the men go back and deal with the women. I don't really like to go hard on the women unless I have a female conversation. But then I go hard on women as a group. I don't like to talk to them individually like that. Richmond, California's in the building. All right. I don't, I don't believe in trying to talk to women to change women. I believe you talk to men to change men. Women can only be changed by you setting a good example. So when I get with a woman, I just try to set an example. I don't try to preach to her or tell her too much. The things that I tell her about are things that will just come up. When I'm dealing with a woman, the main things I push is safety first. Things like, babe, lock your door when you get in the car. Stop getting in the car driving off if you ain't lock your door. These are things I push on women for their safety. That's my main concern for a queen is their safety. That's the first things I start teaching women telling women when I'm around women is safety. I'm looking at any way they slipping, any way they could put themselves in danger or become a victim because them being a female, people will try to victimize them, looking at them as the weaker sex. So I always go harder on my sons than my daughters. The only thing I do, even with my children, is school. They all got to go to school and get good grades. They all got to listen to their mother. They got to listen to their mother. I never have to tell my children to listen to me. That's an automatic. Plus, I'm not telling them as much as their mother, and their mother is a woman, and she says it in a motherly way. I don't have to tell them to listen to me because when I'm telling them something, I tell them right there, listen to what I'm telling you. So that goes along with me telling them things. And so, you know, I don't raise, I raise them all the same to a certain degree. But the boys, especially young black boys, I put a lot of emphasis on them, safety on the girls and the women, on the boys, safety, responsibility, and how to maneuver as a man in the world. I teach my sons how to be soldiers, what to do when the police pull them over. I tell them when the police pull you over, don't say nothing. Always go along with whatever the police say. That's it. They're older than you, most likely. They pull you over. They say, do you know you were speeding? Say, no, sir, I wasn't aware. Be quiet. Be a soldier. So I always teach my sons, and if your sons, make sure you show them this, what I'm telling you. The number one thing when you're a man, you're a soldier. You are not weak. So you should not be getting upset because the police pulled you over. You should not be tripping because the police want to take you to jail. You a soldier. Just go to jail. That's feminine for you to be arguing that you don't want to go to jail. You shouldn't be saying nothing anyway. And then if he just is just hell bent on take you to jail, go to jail like a G. Don't be crying like a little girl that you don't want to go to jail. So if the police pull you out your car and you on some dumb stuff, he say, I got to cuff you, I got to take you to jail. Just put your hands behind your back, let him cuff you, sit in the police car, don't say nothing, go to jail like it ain't no big deal. You a soldier. Go to jail. Period. Go to jail. Get locked up. Keep your mouth shut. Don't act like it bothers you. Then make your contact to come get you like a G. Only a little girl, you scared to go to jail? Man, go your ass to jail. Ain't nothing gonna even happen when you go to jail. They ain't gonna even do nothing. It's nothing. You're gonna go to jail, you're gonna get right back out. They probably won't even charge you with nothing most times. And if they did, what they charging you with? Nothing. You're not finna go to prison because you got pulled over in the car on the street. So why you acting like you finna do life or you finna get the electric chair? Bro, you gonna go down to the police station. Shut up, man, and go to the police station. Like your daddy. Like your daddy. When they pull me over, they say, well, we're gonna have to take you to the station. I'd be like this. They put the cuffs on me and put me in the back of the car. I just be chilling, still looking out the window like if you was driving. I'm still looking at stuff. I get to the station, take the cuffs off. They say sit over there. I go sit over there. They say move over there. I go move over there. They put me in they lock me in a thing. I go sit in the thing. I don't care. You know. And when they see I don't care, then they don't care. But if they see it bothers me, now they're gonna screw it in. They're trying to make you miserable. When they find out they can't make you miserable, they don't play. They say, "Oh, he don't play the game. He not playing. Pharaoh don't play the game. He don't do miserable. Oh, he ain't no fun. Let him go home. We trying to lock up somebody that's gonna get mad. This fool Pharaoh don't even get mad. He don't even care. He ain't no fun. Let's send him home. As a matter of fact, we like him. Let him go. He's cool." What did he say when you grabbed him? He didn't say nothing. He just stuck his hands out and put the cuffs in. What did he say in the back of the car? Nothing. He was looking out the window. Didn't look like he cared. Because I don't. Okay? I don't care. All right? Stop arguing with the police. What the fuck is you arguing with the police for? Go to jail. Well, he said, see, Robert, now look what I just taught y'all. See, this type of stuff I can't stand. See what I tried to teach y'all and y'all sons? Then I get a brother come over here, say the total opposite of what I'm trying to teach y'all. See me over here trying to help my people, right? Trying to give y'all disinformation. He come, see what I'm saying? With the whole opposite information on top of me. I'm just showing you the disrespect. You see how disrespectful this brother is? He couldn't just leave that alone and just let me do what I'm doing. He got to come step on top of my conversation. I want y'all to see, because now y'all be like, well, why you get triggered so easy? So I'm going to start showing you. See what I'm saying? You seen what I just showed you, how to teach your children? He come talk about his own personal weak way he reacts. Telling y'all to be weak like how he weak. Telling y'all to be mad. Telling you the total opposite of what I told you. Saying stupid stuff. Jail isn't meant to be nice. What that got to do with what I'm saying? Where did I say jail is nice? Where did I say jail is nice? Where did I say jail was nice? Right? What was the purpose? The purpose was to tell you to be quiet and don't get yourself beat up out here. Don't show no anger. Right? Because if a police officer pulls you over and he's trying to irritate you and you become irritated, he won. And what you're trying to do, you're trying to beat the police, right? So if he's trying to arrest you to ruin your day, to upset you, once he upsets you, now he's got the back and forth thing going. But if he tries to upset you and then you don't respond at all, he moves on. He moves on in life. He doesn't focus on you. You're no fun. So tell your sons what I'm telling you. Tell your sons that if they get arrested, be quiet and go to jail. Because if they get arrested and go to jail, they're not in jail like prison. Okay? Jail is not prison. Jail is a temporary thing to find out if you're going to have a court date and stuff like that. It's not prison. So when he said jail is no fun, he's talking about prison. He's talking about the county jail when you found guilty. I'm talking about the jail when you get arrested. So brothers need to be quiet sometime and just listen. When your sons, and show this to your sons, when the police pull you over, be quiet. Don't show any anger. Don't show any frustration, right? Don't show any frustration, right? I got to say it all over again because people like that don't understand. They mislead the audience. So I'm going to teach on top of them. If he want to say something, I got the right to teach on top of that. To say, don't listen to that. If you get pulled over, right? Tell your sons, and even y'all, when you get pulled over, show no emotions. Don't show no emotions. Don't show no anger. Don't show no frustration. You're just making it worse. Be quiet. Don't change. Let them make all the decisions what they want to do. Don't you add to the decision. In other words, if I got one police officer, sir, that pulls me over, he pulls me over. Maybe your son didn't turn on his signal. Maybe he did make a mistake in the car. That police officer might come to the car, see your son is black, and might decide, like right there, maybe to try to irritate him a little bit. And that particular police officer, if your son don't get irritated, he'll most likely say, give him a ticket or tell him, okay, I'll give you a warning. Then you got another police officer that might pull your son over to irritate your son. And when your son get irritated with that police officer is going to turn up the way he arrests him, the way he grab him. He might throw him on the ground because your son is showing emotions. So now if you get pulled over by a man that's wants to get emotional, he needs you to get emotional. If you don't get emotional, he can't get emotional because he got no probable cause. He's got no emotional signals coming from you. He don't have a turn-on switch. So no matter how bad he wants to get emotional with you, if you don't show no emotion, he can't raise his hostility. So a lot of times they'll do little things trying to get you a little hostile so they could get hostile. And you can end up unalived. So you don't want to show nothing. You want to go to the end of the process. They pulled you over. The end of the process is what? You either going to get in your car, leave. He going to harass you. You're either going to get a ticket or you might have to go to jail. That's all you want to go with, from getting pulled over to jail. You don't want to have nothing in between. And you want him to do that with you showing no emotions, like a soldier. A soldier ain't making them type of comments. See, that was the opposite of a soldier. A soldier is not going to be talking about they don't want to go to jail, blah, 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 because a soldier going to recognize, right, that their army is not as good as the other army, because your army, you're the one getting pulled over. So now you're dealing with a superior army. Your emotions makes no difference. He got the car with the light, the gun, all that. You don't have that. So you're going to be at a disadvantage regardless whether you want to be at a disadvantage or not. You're in a police state. He is the police. You are not. And so it's going to be what it's going to be. And your emotions is irrelevant. If he's going to take you to jail, he's going to take you to jail regardless. So do you want to make a big fuss and go to jail, or just go to jail? Because the fuss is not going to stop you from going to jail, but the fuss might get a knee on your neck. It might add more to you going to jail if that's what he want to do. So at what point of showing any type of emotions is going to stop you from going to jail? So when somebody come and say jail ain't no fun, what that got to do when they hell bent on taking you to jail? also they're at work. So you're dealing with a man that's not only police, but he's at work. He's got to deal with a lot of people. You don't want to be on his mind. You want to be an easy, smooth arrest. You want him, by the time he gets to the police station, to think, I probably shouldn't even arrested this guy. He's cool. He's not even saying nothing. That's what you want him to think. You want his arrest to be without incident. And with that type of attitude, 85% of the time, he's not even going to arrest you. They're not going to even arrest you if you show no emotions. Okay, this is for your sons. Show this to your sons. Be quiet. And teach that to your sons' fathers. So when you disciplining your son and you talking about something to him, he got to stand there, make sure he don't squirm, make sure he don't turn his face up, make sure he's standing there just like this while you telling them. Go up to that schoolboy and act like you got some sense. Wow. Whatever you telling them, teach your son to stand there and take it like a G. He can't show you no emotions. He can't show you no sign of discontent. The more he do that, the more you need to get in his face. And then if your son is like showing resentment, that's when you tell him, boy, if you do that out on the street with them police, they're going to kill you. Boy, if you do what you're doing with me out there with them police, you ain't going to come home one night. That's what I told mine. So I taught my son and my stepson, and they don't never go to jail. They don't never go to jail, and they've never had a police incident. Never. Because I taught them, don't show no emotions. You're a soldier. If you're a man, you're a man. And you go from A to B, and then you fix the situation. You don't cry in between A to B. It's going to be A to B. So all right, what we doing? He pull you over. If he wants to, he can take you to jail. And ain't nothing you can do about it. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. You see a lot of these men over here that always be saying stuff to me, they'll get beat up by the police. They'll go to jail, make the case work, because they don't know how to be quiet. They don't even know how to be quiet when I'm talking. Don't say nothing. Now they not getting the adrenaline they want. So now they ain't getting the adrenaline. So now it's like they thinking you ain't no fun. They trying to have fun off of you. They trying to make you miserable. When a person's trying to make you miserable and you don't become miserable, they go try to find somebody else. You ain't no fun. You ain't no fun. They trying to play cat and mouse. Once they see, oh, he ain't no mouse, this is a man. They try to play cat and mouse. They try to irritate you. Why would you let them? Once you let them, you lost already. You already showing a sign of weakness. They're not going to respect you. But when they pull me over and I be regular and they say they're going to take me to jail and I be looking like this, and they put the cuffs on me and I get in the back of the car and I'm just looking, and they look in my face and I ain't frowning, and I get out the police station, I just walk in there quiet. They say, sit over there. I just sit over there. Then the sergeant started looking at me. When the sergeant look at me, he just see somebody chilling. The sergeant gonna say, what'd he do? And I pulled him over out there. Let him go. You know what I'm saying? Let him go. He ain't even doing nothing in here. He don't even care. Let him go. Get him out of here. Bring me some criminals in here. This guy, he's just a regular guy. What are we doing? Bring somebody in here that's going to be mad. I need somebody frowning. I need somebody mad. I need somebody upset. Look, he looks like he's at home. He doesn't, you know, what? Now the police is talking to me. I'm afraid, hey, Pharaoh, yeah, Pharaoh, we're going to let you go, Pharaoh. Wow, cool, man. I want on nothing anyway, you know what I'm saying? Boom, 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 I'm going to go home. Boom. They might give me a ticket. Nothing going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. Why? That's why Sandra Bland got unalive. There she was. But why did I do this? Why did I do that? Lighting cigarettes, blowing it in the police face. All of that. What happened? All she had to do was shut up. She would have still been here. All Sandra Bland had to do was shut up, give them a license registration. If she don't got it, shut up and go to jail and shut up and don't look angry, okay? So let's get to the conversation, right? Well, the reason they be scared. So if you're scared, you ain't no soldier. If you're scared of the police. First off, before we get in this, if you're scared, then you don't look like a citizen, right? You pay taxes, right? Your taxes pay for the fire department, the police, and all the public service, right? So when they pull you over, you need to act like a taxpayer. Instead, you act like a criminal or somebody against the law. You need to act like a taxpayer. If you're a taxpayer, they doing their job. You don't like the way they doing you, but they're not the judge. You only want to talk to the judge. You don't want to talk to police officers not high ranking. He's nobody. What you talking to him for? You don't want to talk to him. You don't want to talk to the sheriff. You want to talk to the judge, man. He's a nobody. The judge run all this. When you talk about law, the judge is the boss. Can't shut up till you see, talk to the judge. Don't talk to him. He's nobody. He's a nobody. And when you come to court and the police come to court, the judge is looking at you and the police like y'all ain't nobody. I'm the judge. The police don't want no nonsense out of the judge don't want no nonsense out of the police or you. The judge wants to show their dominance. That's why you told, right? Anything said can and will be held against you in the court of law. Take can out of there. If you take can out of there, then say it. Anything said will be held against you in the court of law. So don't say nothing until you get to court. You do your talk to the judge. Talk to the judge, the one that got the power. Okay? I'd like to give y'all some advice before we start the conversation. I know you got sons. You know you got daughters. Your daughter the same way. Tell her to be quiet. Tell your children, be quiet. And if you're a young brother, listen to what I'm telling you. Don't try to tell me you're no soldier and you crying like a little girl when the police pull you over. That's not a soldier. You give them name, rank, and serial number, soldier. Name, rank, and serial number. Soldiers, we don't have no emotions. We don't get mad. We don't start explaining. We don't do all that. It is what it is. It's just like when you drive in your car, you get a flat tire. Well, you're going to start saying, oh, damn, girl. No, you're going to get out the car, boom, pop the trunk, boom, get the jack, boom, jack it up, boom, take the tire out, boom, put the tire on, put the lugs on, throw it in the trunk, and drive off. By the time you drive off, your emotions have changed nothing. You don't care nothing about no flat tire. You don't be out there, oh, dang, I got a flat tire. Oh, dang, you a G. Flat tire, jump out, change it, put it in the trunk, boom, Keep on going where you're going. You go home, your wife say, how was your day? My day was fine. You don't be like, oh, I had a flat tire. The flat tire is nothing, bro. Change the tire and keep on going. Can't be emotional in life. Get it done. You try and get from A to B. Get from A to B. Same thing. Same thing. So now we're going to talk about birthrights. We're going to get into that. Sandra Bland was under live. It was 100% her fault. 100 billion %. She should have shut up. They pull you over. Why would you light a cigarette and blow it in the man's face? Why she did all that talking? Sandra Bland is the perfect example of what not to do. And I'm going to tell you something else. You see how she was talking at the car? She let them take her in that police station, and she was running her mouth in that police station. And what did they do to her? She was running her mouth. She was running her mouth in that police station. And what they do to her? I'm just telling y'all what I tell my children. So if you don't like what I'm telling you, I'm sorry. But if moms talk to my daughters, and my daughters knew about Sandra Bland, I would tell them, don't you be running your mouth like Sandra Bland. Shut up. She should have just got her ticket or whatever and went on about her business. She should have just got her ticket. She would have got a ticket and she would have went on about her business. She only went to jail because she wouldn't shut up. That's it. That she would. Well, all I can tell you, Dieta, is do what she did. It's simple. Do like her. What do you want me to tell you? Do like her if you don't want to take my advice. Because Dieta, you're not listening to my advice. You try to turn it into something else. But it's real simple. Am I right or am I wrong? If the police pull you over, Dieta, should you run your mouth or should you be quiet? Yes or no? Let's just get to the point so I can move on. Dieta, if the police pull you over, should you argue with the police or should you just be quiet and get your ticket? Just answer that part. We can move on. Now, let me see if she's standing on real business because she's trying to trick me up. But I know what I'm talking about. That's a straight question. When the police pull you over, are you going to make a lot of noise or be quiet and get your ticket? Which one are you going to do, Dieta? You going to talk about your rights? Or you going to shut up and get your ticket and go home safely and finish doing what you got to do? Or you going to mess your whole day up running your mouth? I asked you a question. If you don't want to answer a question, let me move on. Are you going to answer my question? Now you're being rude because I'm responding to you. Then I asked you a question. Look at your own behavior. I'm responding to you, which I could ignore it. And I asked you a simple question. If you get pulled over, are you going to be quiet and get your ticket? Or are you going to complain? Simple question. If you can't answer it, that's all I need to know about you. That tells me everything right there. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. If you can't answer my question, you've answered my question. If you can't answer that question, my question been answered. And hopefully you ain't got no daughters. Teaching your daughters that. You got to know. Let me tell you something. When somebody got a gun and you don't have no rights. You got one right, the right to remain silent. When somebody got a gun in cuffs and have the power over you, You could pretend like you got rights and all that, but they got the power at that particular time. Not just a police officer, a robber too. If a robber run up on Dieta and say, "Don't move, give me your purse," you know what she better do? You know what she better do? She better shut up. She better hand him that purse. Don't look at him. Don't say nothing. And stand still until they leave. If she run her mouth, they going to pop her. So it ain't got to just be the police. With criminals too. And on a side note, if you get robbed, never look at the robber. Listen, if you get robbed, never look at the robber. Don't look at him. They say, "Give me your wallet." I do this. Let them take the wallet and run. And when they run, count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 before you move. Don't look which way they ran. Don't look. Don't look. Same thing. Show no aggression. Just here. And don't say nothing. They put up, "Shut up. Don't move, old man. Give me your wallet." Don't say nothing. So it ain't just the police. Let's take a break and then we'll get into the conversation. Make sure you go subscribe to Pharaoh Said That Live. All right. So tonight we're talking about birthright citizenship. That's what we're talking about tonight. Birthright citizenship. And Trump was given the green light that he can go and deal with birthright citizenship to a certain point, then they can go back and look at it after he makes this decision. Now, for me, I think birthright citizenship is absolutely, totally ridiculous. Birthright citizenship was never supposed to be for immigrants. Birthright citizenship was for foundational Black Americans doing slavery. Once they realized they was doing this wrong and they had to go and try to patch it up the best they can, the slaves were not citizens. And so to try to begin to patch that up, it got to the point where they started letting you be citizens. Now you got to understand that the reason you wasn't citizens because your baby could be sold. So you was just merchandise. So when a woman have a baby, they could take that baby and sell it to any plantation or whatever they want to do with it. So Trump said it today. He said birthright was for the slaves, and he was 100% correct. That was for foundational Black Americans. That is not for Mexicans. That is not for the Irish, the Jew, nobody. Birthright citizenship was for the slaves. Period. That's it. It's not for Hispanics. It's not for immigrants. Immigrants have to come in and get their citizenship the legal way. Let's just start right there. Birthright citizenship has to be only for the Blacks in slavery. You cannot let people know that they can get pregnant, plan a pregnancy, fly here and have babies, and put that expense on the American people. Who gonna deliver all these babies? Who gonna feed all these babies? And so the Americans that pretending they're for birthright citizenship are horrible business people, and they never look at the economics of the country. Who's going to pay for these babies? If foreigners can come over here and have babies and just make them citizens, where's the money going to come from? And this is where Trump is doing a good job, because Trump and his friends are business people. So they always really look at the numbers economically. And when you look at the numbers economically, birthright citizenship is the dumbest thing in the world. You don't have money for homeless people already here. They don't like what Trump doing. I'm letting nobody come to the country until I fix homelessness. Until I fix the homeless problem we have here, I would take no new immigrants. This just shows you how people are doing all this political nonsense and things that don't make no common sense. There's no way in the world you can have homeless people everywhere and still bring people into the country. That makes no sense. And this is why these politicians, they never talk about two problems at the same time. Y'all ain't noticed that? When they start talking about immigration, why they don't never talk about homelessness? You know why? Because it'll clash. That's why. Because you automatically would know. Where the hell you going to put some people when you don't got the people here nowhere to live already? Make it make some sense. And why would you ask Hispanics that ain't Americans what's the best to do for this country when they coming from Venezuela and Mexico? They come from countries that don't even know how to run the countries they ran from. Them the last people that you would let make decisions. You think I would let people from South and Central America come here and make decisions when they running from where they at and people making bad decisions where they live at? They got no say so. Based on what? What can a Venezuelan tell me about running a country, or a Mexican? Nothing. You leaving Mexico. So of course you're going to say, oh, let all the Mexicans in here because y'all don't know how to run Mexico. Because if you know how to run Mexico, you wouldn't be here. You here because your government don't know what they're doing. So why would I listen to you? Why? Why would I listen to immigrants that had to leave their country because their country can't provide for them? Why would I let them make decisions over here so we end up can't provide for our people? That's like a mother and a father got a house. They got a 3-bedroom house. The husband and the wife got a bedroom. They got 3 sons in one room. And they got 4 daughters in the other room. So they really need a 4-bedroom house. They don't got a 3-bedroom. And they decide they're going to let 8 people move in. That's immigration in America. You got a 3-bedroom house. Right? You got 7 children and you and your wife. And you're going to let some people come stay with y'all. You're on a fixed income too. That's what America's doing right now. That's what America's doing right now. I don't know, KJ. There you go with off-brand conversations. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about common sense and you talk about conspiracies. Please be quiet. That's your first warning. Be quiet, KJ. Unless you're going to come over here with something intelligent going to help my audience based on what I'm saying, be quiet. I'm not doing none of that weirdo stuff. I'm just doing basic information. We're not doing small hat stuff. We're not doing none of that. We're doing the basic information. You got homeless people everywhere. How could you bring people in when you got homeless people? You got homeless people everywhere. How could you bring anybody in when you already have homeless people? It's just real basic. You ever notice you don't hear this type of conversation on the news? KJ doesn't hear this on the news. Nobody hears what I'm saying on the news. You've never heard this on ABC, CBS, MSNBC. You never hear just basic common sense. You've never heard politicians say, we don't have enough homes for the people already here. We need to close down the border. No immigration until we situate all these homeless people. You never hear that. Just basic common sense. Has nothing to do with racism, has nothing to do with what kind of immigrant you are. That has nothing to do with nothing. You got people already don't have nowhere to live. How are you going to bring people to find somewhere to live when you got people that don't have nowhere to live? Make it make sense. Well, they don't never talk sense. They talk the type of stuff that people want to come over here and argue with me about. If you pay attention, people like to come and argue with me about nonsense. When I'm trying to always keep my conversations practical, they want to come with weirdo nonsense. Things that make no sense, off subject, and has no solutions to it. I'm talking straight solutions. You have to clean up your house before you invite guests in. This is just common sense. Well, guess what? You can even see that on YouTube. You know why people don't like common sense? Because they can't argue. They can't argue when it's common sense. So they like it to be difficult so they can argue. They like it to be an argumentative type of situation. They don't like it cut and dry. What I'm saying is cut and dry. There will be no argument. Cut and dry. We got homeless people. We don't have no room for nobody else until we get these beds and somewhere for these people to live. We can't bring no more people there. Where we going to put them? Where we going to put them? Where we going to put them? You never hear your politicians or none of them say any of this type of stuff. It's always a whole bunch of filibustering. It's always, in the fiscal blobbity, blobbity, bloobity, blobbity, blah. And the Democrats this and the Republicans this. It's always that. It's never cut and dry. We got homeless people everywhere. We don't got nowhere for them to live. So we got to fix that first. The border is closed. Immigration is closed. It's closed. Nothing to argue about. We can't afford it. We don't have nowhere for them to live. How do we have a place for immigrants to live when American citizens are sleeping outside? Make it make some sense. Make this make some type of sense. I had a friend tell me today, I should have been ran for president. He said, if you run for president, you'll win, bro, from nowhere. He said you would absolutely win. He said it'd be a blowout. I said, yeah, I know, but I ain't got time. He said, man, you'll get so many votes, you'll break the system. Because nobody never talks to the American system, the American citizens. Nobody never makes no sense. They all talking race and Democrat, Republican. Nobody talks common sense. How you got room for immigrants? This is what it looked like outside. What you mean, immigration? Show me where this make any type of sense. I'm confused. What you mean, immigration? This picture look like America's ready for immigration? Does this look like a place where some more people could come? Or am I just crazy, or what we doing? Am I crazy? Does this look like more people can come? It don't to me. It don't look like no more people can come right now. Not to me. I don't know what that got to do with racism and hating immigrants and all that. I'm confused. What that got to do with anything? We don't got no room. We don't have our stuff together. No, we can't afford it. KJ, you know why? Social Security running out. Where is the money going to come from? We don't even have the American Social Security that paid into it. We don't even have their money. So how could you let a bunch of people come over here pregnant and dump babies? How could you let people come pregnant and dump babies over here when a bunch of them babies is going to end up out here? Look, I got off the freeway. This is about 2 or 3 years ago. I got off the freeway. There was a dude on the side of the freeway. It was warm. I had my window down. I had an air on. He was asking for money. I looked at him. He looked like a Polynesian. I said, hey, bro, where you from? He said, Hawaii. I was like, Shaka, bro, I lived in Hawaii. He said, yeah. I said, what you doing in Chicago begging for money? He said, they lived in California. They was kind of homeless or whatever. Him and his girlfriend, him and his wife came here and got stuck in Chicago. Now, this man that came all the way from Hawaii in America, he homeless. As warm as it is in Hawaii, why the hell would you go to California? Why the hell would you go? What did you do in Chicago, bro, on the side of the freeway begging? Now, I knew it was drugs, right? Which is another problem. Now, how could you have an alcohol problem and a drug problem and then bring more people over here that will end up with alcohol problems, drug problems, and homeless? You're just asking for trouble. That's it. And nobody will say, we don't have no room for nobody. That's all you'd have to tell the Venezuelans and the Mexicans and the other countries. When you apply for your citizenship, denied. Citizenship applications are all on pause. We will notify you when we start back accepting immigrants. Now, you got politicians going to say, well, Pharaoh, some of these people coming in got the skills we need. Okay. And why your schools ain't teaching Americans those skills? Because the money you paying to bring them over here, you could pay for them to go to school for free to learn the skills. Why would I pay lots of money and have you come and suck money out the country when I could take that money, open up these schools for these specific things, have it where you can go for free, and the school is connected to the businesses that need those employees so they could pay for it. So if I need certain type of skilled workers and you need certain type of skilled workers, we could put our money together, all these millions we making, we can get the schools to bring in our workers so we can make more money. Okay, so he said they want immigrant slave labor. Well, how is that working out? That's not working. Because you got no guarantee that the immigrants are going to go work. How many of these people are probably immigrants? How many of these people probably came across the border illegally? It's not going to work. Van Martin? Van Martin, how can you bring immigrants in with no housing? You got no housing. You say you want immigrants to come in and work. They got to live somewhere. You don't got no housing. You want to pay them $3 an hour, but a 2-bedroom apartment is $2,300. Where they going to live? Where they going to live? They're going to be homeless. Where are they going to live? And they say, well, we can have cheap housing for these immigrants so they can do the job. But you can't have cheap housing for Americans already here. So let me get this straight. So you're willing to have cheap housing for somebody to pick strawberries for nothing, but you're not willing to have cheap houses for Americans so we could work at McDonald's and Wendy's and pay our rent. Is that... You're not willing to lower the price of these hamburgers and stuff and hire us at some of these fast food places that need employees and have a cheaper rent for low-income people. But you're willing to bring in people, low-income people, but no rent for low-income people, but you're bringing in low-income people. And ain't nobody tying everything together. You just over here saying, yeah, bring in low-income people. And ain't nobody over here saying, well, where's the low-income housing? This is a problem with America. They take one problem at a time, but this problem connects with that problem, and our politicians ain't connecting the problems. They're not connecting the problems at all. Let's take a break. I remember one year when I was a little young, I was a little boy going to school, and my father's nephews was coming up to work over the summer. They was in college. They'd come, he'd get them a job at CTA driving the bus. They could make more money than the other college people over the summer. So as soon as my father found out that Sam, Charlie, and Adolph was coming, we got a 2-bedroom house, right? My mother and father got their room. It's my room. It's my sister's room. The first thing they did when they made arrangements for them 3 young men to come was sleeping arrangements. Duh. So the first thing they did was say, Michael gonna go sleep downstairs. They made me a little bed downstairs, and they put them in my room where they had some bunk beds. And I think they made where the other one could sleep on the floor and they could work and make money. They was happy. First arrangements, when more people coming, where are they going to sleep? Now, America, so smart, they're bringing in immigrants and nobody asks, where are they going to sleep? Where are they going to sleep? Where? 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 So they brought in immigrants. They let the Venezuelans in. They let them in. Nobody knew where they was going to sleep. Did that make any sense? What are we doing? And we're supposed to be super intelligent. We're supposed to be the smart people. Make it make some sense. Make it make like some type of sense. So guess what? They was at the police station. Listen. So they slept inside and outside of the police stations okay? Now you tell me this is fiscal, this is intelligent. So you bring in a bunch of people before you even have somewhere for them to sleep. All the police stations was filled Police started getting sick from certain things with all them people in the police station. It was totally unsanitary. They had them sleeping at the airport everywhere. It's like some people that think about doing something first and then afterwards they start thinking about what to do after the fact of the matter. It's just the most okay. Think about something first. Oh, we could do this. And then afterwards, they was in Chicago talking about where they gonna sleep, where they gonna sleep, where they gonna sleep, where they gonna sleep, where they gonna sleep. So everybody asked me about the Venezuelans. They left. They left. They went to other cities downstate and stuff. There was nowhere for them in Chicago. Them people not here. It's just a few of them still here, comparatively speaking. Them people left. Them people left. Them people left. And guess what? Sweetheart, would you tell them again? Mila, would you tell them one more time, sweetie? What are we doing? So they try to make it like it's hate because you're trying to be smart. So now it's hate. Where they left, they went everywhere. You see, you got Chicago, but it's a whole bunch of small cities and towns in Illinois. That's where they all at. They in small cities and towns, Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri. That's where they at. That's where they at. They went down southern Illinois, Indiana, where them farms and stuff is at, working at them farms, working in them small towns that need the population. They need the population. They need somebody. That's where they at. That's where they at. If they would have organized it, they would have known. Bring them into the small towns. Don't send them to New York. Don't send them to Chicago. Bring them into the small areas. Don't put them on top of the people that's there, and find out who needs the work and then bring them in. Who needs the workers? Who's growing corn needs some workers? What area got a bunch of farmers with corn or got a bunch of cattle, and then you bring them in that area a few at a time to fit those jobs, not just piles of people come in and then figure out where we going to put them, where we going to put them. But on top of that, you don't bring nobody in no country where you got homeless people everywhere. You don't bring in nobody when your Social Security is messed up. You don't bring in nobody. Sometimes you have to say, no, we're closed. We got things we have to fix. Immigration is shut. No, you can't, definitely can't come and dump no baby here. You cannot come here and have no baby. If you come here and have a baby, you and the baby got to leave. Now, if you do a crime, they put some type of tracking device on you, but they let people come to America and just run around. But it doesn't make any fiscal sense. Doesn't make any fiscal sense. Even voters, it makes no sense. It doesn't matter who you put in office if you got homeless people everywhere. It doesn't matter. This is what they don't get it. It doesn't matter who's the president or nothing. None of that matters. If you're not running the country right, it's still going to just be a disaster. And the only reason they can do that because the American citizens are stupid. The American citizens want to argue over who is the president. The American citizens don't want to talk about what we're going to do about jobs, what we're going to do about homelessness. The American citizens are lazy. We don't have to think about that. Vote for my guy. He'll probably fix it. Vote for Harris. She'll probably fix it. Vote for Trump. He'll probably fix it. Probably. Because you don't make no demands, you just vote. But if I was president, I would change this country. And if Harris run against Trump, we give Trump 1 year to do something. And if he don't do it, he's fired, and we put Harris. We should be able to kick your ass out. We should be able to kick the president out. We should be able to kick the mayor out. We should be able to kick the governor out. And not based off of fate, based off of numbers, like any other real job. There's certain numbers. We're not going to do it because you're the Republican's favor or the Democrat. There's certain numbers. If you don't come in and fix these numbers in 1 year, get out. The American public need to have some right to fire politicians. Politicians, you'd have a better government if they could get fired. We'd have a better government if you could get fired. You come in here, you Trump, what you gonna do? We got a list of what you want to do. Don't just get up there talking about what you want to do. Here's the list. But Americans, you letting these politicians come and say what they gonna do. We need to have the list. Here's the list. Jobs, Social Security, homeless, affordable education. What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna help homeless. Okay, we got this many homeless. How many people you gonna get in homes in your first year? After that first year, you don't get them in there, you're fired. If Harris wins and she don't get him in there, he's fired, you put Trump in there. If the mayor don't do what he's supposed to do, you're fired. Get out. The people got to take the power back. It can't be on your emotions that you don't like it. It's got to be based on real numbers, just like any other job. Our jobs, we get fired. Go to your job and work at a factory, and y'all production got to make 5,000 of these a week, and y'all go and you miss a lot of days at work and slowing down production. I bet they fire you and replace you quick. They say, we need you. You're slowing down production. We have to close that machine down. If you didn't show up for you out of here. I bet you have good politicians then. How you going to let a politician just get in there and do what he want to do? And no responsibility to you, and you paying his salary. You paying all their salaries with your tax dollars. All these senators, congressmen, mayors, all we paying their salary. But they ain't got to do their job, and then you got no power. So you put the mayor in there, and then he your boss. You put the president in there, then he's your boss, but you hired him. We hired Trump. He works for us. That was my solution. Do the job or your ass is fired. We don't give a damn who you are. We don't care nothing about you being no Republican or no Democrat. We don't care. Do the job or get the hell out of here. Democrat, Democrat. Republican, but Blubberkin. We don't care nothing about no Democrat, Republican. Take that, throw that in the trash. Throw that away. We don't want to hear no Republican, Democrat shit. We don't want to hear that no more. That's whack. That has not worked. Because you're Republican don't mean nothing because you're a Democrat means nothing. All this conservative, liberal, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing to me. What the hell is a conservative and a liberal? Bro, what kind of job? Can you do something about homelessness? Can you provide some jobs? I don't want you to be liberal. I want you to get some jobs. I want you to get the homes. What's up with the homes? What's up with the rent? Because if the rent don't go down, your salary got to go down, bro. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, all you politicians. If y'all don't get our rent back down, y'all's salary got to go down. Ain't none of this we're going to be paying y'all all this money to be senators and stuff, and then y'all going to charge us $50,000 a month for a 2-bedroom. And you got a 2-bedroom cost you $2,000. That's a little ass 2-bedroom too. Property taxes. Why you ain't doing nothing with the property? Where's the property tax money going? And you know why? It's because the people ain't on nothing. The people, you want to argue with me about your guy against my guy. You want to put all the pressure on another American to vote for who you want them to vote for. You ain't putting no pressure on the politicians. No pressure. All the pressure is right before the election. As soon as the election, no pressure on the ones you elected. They can sit in there and jag off for 4 years, and you just stuck 4 years until you get a new one. Well, I'm president now. What you gonna do about it? I'll be here 4 years. That kind of foolishness. Because they done got you brainwashed where you just want to be white against black, and you just want to be liberals against conservatives. You want to be Republicans. You just want to be against some shit. Americans just want to be against. But you ain't for housing. You ain't for education. You ain't for building up Social Security. You ain't for nothing. You just for Trump. Or you're just for Harris. Or you're just for Biden. But you're not for anything, though. And you just drive past all these homeless people, and you just pay all these high bills, and you just let them tax all your overtime, take all your money out your check, and you don't have no demands on what they can do with the money. You just let somebody just take your money. They just take your money, and you got no say-so. But you want to come in and chat and argue with me, but you let these politicians just take your money. Take your money, take your money, take your money. Take your money. They bring a whole bunch of people in the country and don't tell you where they're going to live, what they're going to eat. Is they going to take any of your money? Are they going to take your money? Where they going to go? You don't tell the politicians, listen, we don't want no immigrants over here. We don't want no immigrants. Close immigration. We don't got no room. We don't got nowhere to live. We don't have no jobs. You got them bringing in people talking about jobs while they automating everything and getting rid of jobs. Make it make some sense. Make this make some type of sense. Because I'm confused. Make it make some sense. Let me get this straight. You're bringing in these people and you're saying they could provide jobs. Okay. But at the same time you're saying they could provide jobs, you're taking away jobs. Okay, I'm totally confused. Okay, so you're going to bring in more people because they can come and work. You need workers, which is Uber drivers. But while you're bringing in more people that could go work for Uber, you're getting rid of Uber drivers. Make it make some sense. So you're bringing people in. Okay. You're bringing in more people. Right. But you got self checkout. You got automatic bank teller. Got bag your own groceries. You got the Waymo that drive with no driver. You bringing in more people and getting rid of jobs. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. You're bringing in more people and you're creating less jobs. Uh, and you say, well, who gonna pick the strawberries? We don't got that many strawberries, bro. You bringing in way more people than to take to pick strawberries. Who you who you fooling? You bringing in people gonna eat up all the strawberries. You don't even grow enough strawberries for the people you letting in here. They'll eat them all up. That's not balancing. You ain't providing no jobs for that many people. Who is you fooling? And how you providing jobs for that many people that's illegal immigrants, and where they gonna live if rent is $2,200 for a 2-bedroom and $1,900 for a 1-bedroom? $1,600 for a studio. So where they gonna live at? How many of them is coming? What? And you're gonna get rid of jobs and bring more people. People can come and just have a baby and leave the baby. Where this baby gonna work at? Who gonna feed this baby? Where this baby gonna live? Then you want to bring people up and you want me to go learn Spanish so I can talk to them. Because you don't want to have a decent immigration where they got to go learn English and everything to come into the country and be a decent American citizen and speak English. You want to bring them in the country. They don't got to know how to talk to Americans. Americans supposed to go learn how to talk to them. Now that's so smart. I've never heard nothing that smart before. Let me get this straight. You're going to bring a bunch of immigrants in here. You're going to make them citizens, but they don't speak a lick of English. And then us to get a job, we got to learn how to speak English. Or you'll give them all the McDonald's jobs and all our jobs so they can sell stuff to each other. But then they ain't got no jobs but them few jobs. And now McDonald's and stuff is closing everywhere. All the McDonald's is getting ready to close. All the businesses are closing left and right and left and right. So how does this work exactly? How? And you got people talking about they Democrats. You got a bunch of migrants in our politics that ain't even citizens marching, protesting for immigrants to come across the border, and you ain't here legally your damn self. And you protesting for more illegals to come to leave your country because it's raggedy, and you want them to bring all that raggediness up here so you could be comfortable because you're not comfortable if the country nice. You want it to be raggedy like your country. So you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to come to America and live a better life, but then you want to make life in America worse than what you came here for. So you want to bring your raggediness here and come here for a better life, but make life worse and basically be going from Venezuela south to Venezuela north. You want to turn California into Mexico and Venezuela and say you don't want to be in Mexico and Venezuela, but California going to be Mexico and Venezuela. You want to turn America to a third world country, but you don't want to be in a third world country. You want to come to America, but you don't want to learn how to speak English. You want to speak Venezuelan and you want to speak Spanish in America, but you don't want to be where you speak Spanish. You want to be where they speak English, but you don't want to speak English. Is that the story? Is that the story? You want to come up here and turn this to down there, but you don't like down there, but you want to turn this to down there. And then our politicians gonna let you do it. Because if I leave Africa, the last thing I want to do is come over here and it's just like Africa. You know, I thought I'm trying to leave Africa because I don't want it to be African-y. Why would I come over here and make this African-y? Because a lot of these immigrants, they shouldn't be here because they don't know how to make America better. All they know how to do is live how they've been living. Because you're not bringing them through the proper means to introduce them to the country. You just letting them come like that. They should have to go through a program where they do better when they come here. You can't just let people just come here without going through no system. That don't make no sense. And then if they brought them here to destroy here, that makes sense. And then where they gonna go? That don't make no sense either. Okay, you filthy rich, you're a billionaire. You're in Beverly Hills. You're super rich somewhere. So you want to bring enough people where when you go to Beverly Hills, they sleeping outside where you at? That makes sense? Do that make sense for the rich to want to bring people that's going to be on their front doorstep? Because you know they stupid. Y'all know the powers that be ain't that smart. That's why they got satellites going around the earth that's going to start falling. You know Elon Musk is a dummy, right? You ever been around smart dummies? You ever been around these real smart dummies? They're real smart. They're going to make this super smart stuff. It's going to fail, but they don't see that part. You know, they'll make up a shot and shoot you up with this smart shot, and 3 years later, everybody's sick. That's kind of smart people we got. Let me tell you something. When I used to drive Uber about 8 years ago, 7, 8 years, whenever, do you know it was homeless people sleeping downtown Michigan Avenue? It was homeless people sleeping downtown on Michigan Avenue between all them stores. Oprah bought 100 acres in Hawaii for homeless people to be in her acres. She's going to have how much security? You know how stupid Oprah and everybody got to be to think that you can make a problem and escape it? That's what I'm trying to tell you, Sergeant. They're not smart. They're making a problem thinking they can escape it, which they can't. That's why I'm telling you, Michigan Avenue, the Magnificent Mile was full of homeless people. And now these rich people with their nice stores, their stores are closed. Their stores are closing all over the world. They're not as rich anymore. They're losing money. The big superpowers y'all talk about doing all this stuff, they're losing. They're not winning. They're losing. They're losing. They're not winning. They're not winning. They're trying to do all this thinking they're going to win. They're losing. They're losing everything they got. Because if you don't got a middle class, you don't got a you know, there's no such thing as rich. You don't got nothing. You don't got nothing. The greatness of a society is a middle class. You don't got a middle class, you ain't got no rich. You got nothing. You got a hellhole. The idea of rich is because you're around a bunch of other people that's not rich. If everybody's homeless, you're not rich. You're just a person surrounded by homeless people and trash and disease. How is that cool? If you're rich and you got a mansion, you want to be able to go and drive around regular people that's got a whole bunch of nice homes. That's what make rich being nice. But if you rich and you leave your castle and everybody homeless and everything nasty, how cool is that? That ain't, you're not going to enjoy that. Upper class is no good without a middle class. Rich is nothing. They slow. They slow. It's like creating a bunch of toxic zombies and thinking they're going to stay over there. And you come outside your mansion and a toxic zombie all on your porch and everywhere. They really don't think these people coming? They don't think these homeless people finna be all in their areas. Look right now. Every time you look up, a celebrity house getting broken into, cleaned out, cleaned out, cleaned out. You look up the Birkin bag store, hit. Gucci store, hit. Louis Vuitton store, hit. They running there taking everything. Jewelry stores, hit. Taking everything. They didn't think it through. These people gonna take everything they got. They gonna, man, listen, these people gonna go up there, man, in Beverly Hills and bust all them windows in that store, take all of that. Where you gonna park your Bentley? They gonna bust the window. How you gonna enjoy being rich? Where you gonna go? Now you got all these homeless people. They're going to create another plague worse than COVID because they outside peeing outside and there's raccoons out there and there's rats out there and there's stray cats and dogs. So you're going to create pandemics and epidemics. Rich ain't going to stop you from getting it. What do I think should be the next move our country should really focus on? The next move? The next move is shut down the goddamn border. Nobody can come and kick everybody out. There ain't no citizen. Get out. That's got to be the next move. Because you can't make no move. Okay, look at it like this, Alden. Let's say I want to clean up this office. I want to mop the floor. And I got shoes and shoe boxes and stuff. Don't I got to kit everything off the floor to mop it? Can I mop it with electrical cords on the ground from computers? No, I got to get the cords off the ground. I got to get everything out the way so I can put water down and mop it, right? Okay, how could you mop America with all this junk in the way? How can you fix America with a whole bunch of homeless people every goddamn well? Who believes you can fix America and leave this like that and fix around it? Who believes you can fix around this? Who believes you can fix America when the jobs don't match the rent? Who believes you can fix America where people can't pay their rent and have a lot of money left over so they could go spend the money with you for these dumb rich people? Okay? If I'm rich and you making $5,000 a month, I want your rent for a 2-bedroom. I want your rent to be $1,000, $750. I want your rent to be $750. I want you to have some money. I don't want your rent to be, I don't want you to make $4,000 and your rent $2,300. I can't make no money. You ain't got no money. The economy gonna collapse. You gotta understand, these are the same people that was jumping out of bank windows and stuff during the Great Depression. They're not as smart as y'all think. Y'all young. When this country crashed, all these smart rich people was jumping out of windows and committing Harry Kitty. All of them. They was unaliving themselves. Go look at, ask your great-grandparents and your grandparents, what did these smart rich people do when they messed the country up? By the time I grew up, they was bums on Skid Row. When I was little, the bums on Skid Row was ex-millionaires. Ask somebody. The ex-millionaires from the Great Depression was bums and alcoholics and dope fiends sleeping on the sidewalk on Skid Row. On Skid Row. They went crazy. When you got an economical system that deals with a currency, that economical system is like a body, and the money is like the blood, and your body got to have good circulation. So the only way you can have a great society, you have to have, the money has to circulate. You have to have circulation. If you cut off the circulation right here, and this hand start turning blue, and then you just start working with this hand, and this hand turning bluer and bluer. This is America. They put a rubber band on this hand real tight. Oh no, this is America. I swear to God, this is America. They take this, they put this on here like this, right? Put on there real tight, and they just leave it. And then they be all of this, and they be like, man, we don't care nothing about that, man. All this is doing good. That's this wrist problem. And then it cut the circulation off more and more and more. Then the arms start getting weak. And the whole body just fall out. That's how stupid they are. That's how stupid they are. This how they doing. This how they doing a part of the country. They cutting off the circulation. And they think, these rich people think they can cut off this circulation for the hard-working people and the poor and the homeless people. And they feel like, oh, this just over here. But right now, this is affecting my whole body. But this the rich people over here. And they don't believe this arm gonna affect this arm. That's how stupid they is. That's how stupid listen, stupid people. Let me tell you something. The politicians that are supposed to run this country is y'all. The people we picking is dummies. Facts. The dummies are running the country. The smart people is working every day. This is a fact. Dummies is running the place. And dummies is commenting on it. Pharaoh, it's espionage. Pharaoh, it's a trick. They try to bring it in. It's the deep state. It's the deep state. Because if this America and you cut this circulation off, boom, then America's circulation cut off, and then Russia's circulation gonna cut off. It's gonna spread the whole world. So the deep state is some deep dumbasses, because the whole world's still gonna collapse. These people are stupid. They are. They're not smart like y'all think they are. They're not that smart. Look at Elon Musk. That's the smart guy. The guy that got 3,000 satellites going around the earth and believe they ain't gonna fall. That's how smart he is. And then you get 3,000 satellites going around the earth, and then you set your whole system up to the 3,000 satellites. So now when that go out, all the lights go out. You know what I'm saying? Instead of you keeping lights running the way they used to run independently, you go and you set up your whole electric system to this new idea you got. And then one day we'll be all over and the whole world will go black. And they won't be able to plug it back up because it's not hooked to no generator, nothing in the earth. They trying to do it through the air, through satellites. And then all this shit just go turn off. They could be like, well, y'all ain't never seen them start explaining when stuff break. I know y'all been seeing the Babylon system with stuff breaking. They be explaining to us. Well, like when a hurricane or something hit them, they don't say nothing. They be like, well, what you gonna do about the hurricane? Tore everything up. Our people is working on it. They ain't got no answers, because that's another thing. Everything they doing goes against Mother Nature. She gonna be acting a fool. On top of that, so now you got homeless people and a tornado come through. When they say run the shelter, where the homeless people gonna go when the storms start coming through? It's gonna be bodies everywhere. It's gonna be bodies everywhere. And it's worldwide. It's all over the world. It's the same thing. People talking about go to another country, Any country you go to is the same way. All of them is the same. All of them. Every place on this earth is the Babylon system. If you can fly there and you can use your credit card, you ain't went nowhere. You ain't went nowhere. Talking about you went to Africa and you still use a Visa and MasterCard. All right. Yeah, you got away. How you get away? You way in Africa on YouTube so you can make some money. Yeah, great job. Yeah, you got away. You went way to Africa to get on YouTube so you can make some money. And then you try to get on YouTube, tell me Africa great, but you're on YouTube. Why you ain't on Africa too? If Africa that great. You know what I'm saying? Why you ain't on Africa too? Why you on America too? YouTube is America tube. YouTube is not your tube, it's they tube. It's not really your tube. It's they tube. You on they tube. Just Google. Just Google and Gmail stuff. And one day, you're going to find out the emperor wears no clothes. Y'all going to wake up one day and find out these people you listening to is dumb as hell. The leadership are stupid. Think about it. I'm the U.S. Israel, Iran, them get you tripping. So I'm going to drop a big old bomb over there on Iran. Boom, right? The whole time I think I'm bombing Iran. But I'm bombing the earth. But I never think about I'm putting a hole in the earth. I'm thinking about I'm putting a hole in the mountain in Iran. I don't connect the mountain with earth. So I live over here. Iran's over there. We both on the earth. I blow this off. Boom! I never think that if I blow up the wrong thing, it could mess the whole earth up. I don't think that far. I don't think that far. I don't look at Iran as the earth. I look like that's Iran. You know what I'm saying? That's Iran. That's not the earth. You know what I'm saying? It's so crazy. So you blowing big holes on the earth. Now here go the thing. The earth is like, you know, so it's a ground and stuff, right? So we on top of the ground and it's got water and stuff, but we don't know what's in there, right? We don't know what's in the earth, right? But we do know when we go in the jungles and we go in the ocean, it's all kind of creatures, right? So anybody got any sense would know there's probably open spaces in the earth where certain creatures live in there that can't get out. It's probably it's probably craters in the earth with creatures that you don't see on the land or you don't see in the water. It's probably things live in the earth. And you probably, if you put the wrong hole in the earth, you might let some stuff out. It might be gases in there that you don't want to let out. It might be locusts that they talk about in the Revelation, book of Revelation, them weird old locusts. See, it could be stuff in there. But you're just blowing holes in the stuff. This is the people we living around, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So they know how to blow holes and stuff, but they don't know how to have no big old parties, because that's what we want them to do. We want them to have a big old party. We don't really want them to be fighting and stuff. We don't really want them making bombs. We want them to make some better stereos. We want to make some better music. We want to have some bigger festivals, some bigger parties. We want to have more fun. I don't know about y'all, but I want to have fun. That's all I want to do is have fun. The ladies told you, girls just want to have fun. So I want to have fun. They're not building no fun stuff. They're not building no fun stuff. They building stuff to fight. I don't really want nothing flying over me with bombs. Now, if you had a big old thing and hoover over with a big stereo in it, that'd be fly. They come over and be banging some music over that'd be cool. But they making all stupid stuff. They want to blow stuff up. They spend all their money to blow stuff up. They want to fight. They take all our money and they want to fight. They put it to fight. And this one want to have the most. Now, it's enough for everybody to have something. They don't want everybody to have something. Some people want the most, and then you don't got nothing, and then you're going to fight, which is just dumb as hell. That's like I'm at my house, and there's 12 of y'all, and I got some big old vegan cake, and I cut it in 12 pieces. And I split them 12 pieces up between 4. And the rest of the 80 y'all, to hell with y'all. That's America. Now, I could have cut it up in 12 pieces. Everybody have cake. Everybody be like, yeah. But no, I'm the world. Only 4 people getting this cake. We're not cutting it into 12 slices. We're cutting it into 4. And the rest of y'all is what we call po and stuff like that. Work harder. And maybe you could get a little piece of cake. Now, we might cut you off some crumbs, but we're not finna split this up. And there's some big old pieces that we can't even eat, but we rather it go bad than to give you a piece. That's America. They rather be Floyd Mayweather and have 30 cars before you get one. They want to have 30 Bentleys. They don't want you to have not one Bentley. They want to have 30. They want to have boxes of watches. They want to have a big old house with just Rick Ross in it. Just a fat Rick Ross and a big ass building with nobody there. And he show you, look, I got a big ass building. Look at my big old building. Now, I'll only be in a little part of it. But still, though, you only be in a little part of it. They want you to go buy something real big that you can't even enjoy, that you don't even get to live in it. You just got it. I don't know why you got it. I don't know. Good to see you, higher son. I don't know why you got all that stuff. You can't even do nothing with it. Y'all know I ain't lying. You ever had a nice crib or a nice big apartment with a lot of stuff, and you chilling, you like it until it's time to move, ain't it? And then when you tired, get ready to move, and then you gotta move all this stuff, and you start realizing how much stuff stuck places that just been stuck there, that this stuff just been here, and it ain't even been used. And sometime in your life, you start to say, you know what? I'm finna move in this new place. I ain't taking a lot of this junk. My new place ain't finna have a lot of stuff in it. This stuff gotta go. This too much junk. I got this and it's nice, but I don't never even use it. I got cameras I never plugged up. I got a 4K camera I never used yet. I got stuff I don't use. Nice stuff. But I can only use so much. You know what I'm saying? I can only use so much. So we dealing with some straight idiots. So the idea that you're gonna let some people get pregnant and come dump a baby on you and it be a citizen, that's not popping. Because the whole thing with birthright citizenship was only for foundational Black Americans. That's it. That was for the slaves. That's not for immigrants. That was for the slaves. Trump said it yesterday. He said that's for slaves. That was for the slaves' children to make them official citizens, because the way they was mistreated and brought to the country, they was never really let to be official slaves. So we made it where when they had their babies were citizens. So after so long, Black Americans would be official citizens. It was not made for immigrants. So it's crazy to see people come over here based on birthright citizenship for foundational Black Americans and take advantage of birthright citizenship, but don't even like foundational Black Americans. You don't even like us, but you coming based on our pain and our suffering and a law that was made up for us. And you don't have the decency enough to say, we coming off the backs of Black Americans provided that. You're going to come like it ain't even got nothing to do with us. So you got to ask yourself, how much foundational Black Americans going to care about you? We not going to care about nobody. Don't care about us no more. That's over. The whole thing where you don't care about us and then you want to come where we live at and try to step on us, don't care about us, we going to go a step further. We going to not just not care about you. We going to hate you and despise you. Yeah, we going to hate you. We're not going to just not care about, we going to care about you, but in a negative way. We're not going to like you at all. Period. Because it's bad enough that white America don't want to pay us for our hard work. And then you think you could bring your funky ass over here and live off our hard work and don't give us no credit either, just because white America don't give us no credit. And we're going to check both of y'all. You immigrants that don't got no respect and white America. Both of y'all going to get checked because Black Americans built this country with free labor. So this whole idea that you're going to come up here from South and Central America and help America because you got cheap labor, well, if these immigrants deserve respect for coming and picking strawberries for cheap labor, how much respect we supposed to get for picking cotton for no goddamn wages? You want to respect Mexicans and South Americans and Central Americans for picking strawberries for low wages, but don't want to respect Black Americans that pick cotton for no wages, that built the country for free, didn't get paid nothing. Didn't get paid nothing. That's to all y'all from South and Central America. Y'all coming up here bragging because you're doing labor, saying you're doing labor that Americans don't want to do, but we did labor that you don't want to do. Let me see some Hispanics. Let me see you come pick some cotton for free and get whooped and get beat and get whipped and get lynched and get hung. Let me see you do that, amigo. Amigo. Don't you ever in your life compare yourself to our free labor that our ancestors did when you getting paid to pick strawberries. We did all that for free. And who you think plowed the land and got rid of the trees and got rid of the stumps and filled in all the swamps so it can even be farmland in America? They don't teach the truth about slavery. It wasn't just slavery. Before you can grow cotton, before you can have a farm, you got to make the land where you could till it. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, made the South where you can grow that. Down South wasn't flat like that. California wasn't flat like that. Who you think made the land flat for you can grow corn and strawberries? We did. It was rocks and bricks and stones there, and trees and stuff had to be pulled up. They never tell that part about slavery. That foundational Black Americans tilled the land, made the land farming land. America wasn't flat. California wasn't like that. That land wasn't like that. The land in California wasn't like that. The land in Mississippi wasn't like that. Alabama, Georgia, that land was not like that. And they didn't have tractors and stuff. They had to pull them tree trunks and stuff up with their bare hands or hook it to oxen or hook it to bulls and cows to clean that. They got bit by snakes and everything to turn the ground over and make the ground flat so you can grow your strawberries and all of that. That land ain't just like that. Too much you came up here picking some strawberries. We the ones set that up for you to do that. We the reason you could walk around here. If you come from South and Central America, you would have had to drink on the colored only faucet. You wouldn't have been able to drink on the white faucet. It didn't say no blacks. It said coloreds only. Coloreds was you Asians and you Hispanics were coloreds. Get the facts straight. You was coloreds. And we fought for you to come here. We put our lives on the line. We put our lives on the line for you to come here from Africa, for you to come here from South and Central America. We put our lives on the line for you to come here. These is all facts. We put our lives on the line for you to be here. These is facts. I don't give a damn where you came from. If it wasn't for Black Americans, you would not be here. None. You wouldn't be here. And you want to come and don't show no respect. You don't want to show no respect. None. No respect for us and our plight and what we did for you to come here. You don't want to show no respect. That's the Venezuelans, Mexicans, Africans, all y'all. You see what the signs say. You see what the signs say? What the signs say? Colored patrons, please sit from the rear. Colored. Colored. That's all of y'all if you're not white. That's all of y'all. So all you Venezuelans, Mexicans, all of y'all. That's all of y'all. That's all of y'all. Okay? Foundational Black Americans fought for all y'all to walk around here. Okay? Because it used to be whites only. No Africans, no Jamaicans, no Asians, no Venezuelans, no Mexicans when we was here. This what the sign used to say. You would have had to use the restroom we use, you Mexicans, you Africans, you Asians. You would have had to go to our restroom. You would have had to go to the colored restroom. Yeah. Then you come here with no respect for the people that paved the way for you to come here. You come here with no respect. And you don't know, we want to smoke too. You don't understand that either. We really not the people that you want to make an enemy to. That's another thing where you slow. Things will go bad for you if we don't like you. Nobody gonna save you. Because white America don't like you as much as they like us. They like us more than you. That's a fact. White America know who we are and what we pay, and they act funny, but they know we built this, and they know you didn't. So don't say no blacks. It says no colored allowed. That's why they said colored. That means brown, yellow, and red, and black. Whites only. That's what it said. To all you Mexicans. You Mexicans need to remember the Alamo. To come up here with some respect. Don't come up here talking crazy. Because you ain't tried and tested up here. It's only one group of people up here that tried to test it. The Native Americans, they beat them down to drunks and losers. They ain't nothing. They talk about them casinos. Them people run them casinos ain't even really Native Americans. They let some Europeans say they was Native Americans. You better look up the 5 great nations. When they took their land and walked them across, they had slaves with them. They had black slaves. Who want to work? Who want to work? Because I'm the realest on this internet. Okay? What did it say? What did it say? What did it say? Several Native American tribes, particularly the 5 civilized tribes, owned African slaves, especially in the southeastern United States and later in Indian Territory, now Oklahoma. This practice was adopted from European settlers after the Civil War. These tribes were forced to end slavery and grant citizenship to their former slaves, though some faced ongoing discrimination. Them people had slaves. Okay? The Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, and the Seminole had slaves. So all that, we brothers and all that, no, hell no. No, tell that to somebody who don't know what's going on. Don't try to tell Big Pharaoh none of that. I know the whole history. Okay? You never was my friend. Everybody, when the black foundational Black American be here pushing, everybody want to go over on that side and push against us when they see how hard they push against us. Everybody, when they come to this country and they see that we the main ones that they fight against to keep us down and how far we came, they come to the country wanting what we got, but then want to suck up to the ones mistreating us. Like, want the Europeans to give you what we got. Because you know they're not going to give no African or none of y'all what they got. So you coming for my spot, just trying to suck up to them for them to put you over me. So then brothers and sisters is on the internet calling you tethers and all that. And that's the good side of it, because that's the internet. Because if you keep with that hating and it hit the streets and it hit the gang culture, they ain't gonna call you no tether. They're gonna get at your glamour. So my advice, especially to the black brothers and stuff, don't go down that route. Go the other route, because you can't win. And if the shorty find out that you hating, your children and you're not going to be able to walk around this country. You're going to be a vic. If the Mexicans don't hold up and chill with all that, if them Venezuelans and Mexicans become our enemy, it's going to go bad with them. Because while you're trying to suck up to the European, they going to always side with us. They're not going to never side with you. Period. Because we got too much blood in the soil, and they know us and they trust us. They don't trust none of y'all. That's why Trump said today, hey, birthright citizenship is only for the black slaves. It's not for y'all. That's why I believe Trump gonna give black people reparations. Because he understands history. Trump ain't trying to deport black Americans. He trying to deport the blacks that don't get along with us. Africans, Caribbeans, Asians, all y'all that he trying to deport y'all. He not trying to go to no war with us. He didn't say we were slaves. Listen to this dude. He said, listen, bro, let's go to school. He said that was for the slaves back in the day, Craig. He said that law was made for the slaves. Bro, you slow. That law was made years ago, bro. Birthright citizens wasn't made today, bruh. He said birthright citizenship was made for the slaves back in the day, and it was. It was not made for me today because it wasn't made today, slow brother. You need to not be Biggie and Craig Mack. You need to find somebody else, because Craig Mack, you know, you got Mike Tyson, you got all slow people on your thing. Listen, here's how this go. Bop, it's a block party. But I'm not finna talk to you. Somebody else will talk to you. It's a block party over here. Get out of here. You're slow. As soon as I see you slow, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter what he is. He gone. He gone. Because what Trump said was absolutely right. Birthright citizenship, back when it was made for the slaves. That was 100% correct. And he's slow because we don't need birthright citizenship because we already foundational black Americans. So dude is Sometimes they try to be a trolls, but they be showing they stupid. So dude is not that intelligent because the man did not call us slaves because we ain't slaves. You know what I'm saying? We not slaves. So he wasn't even talking to black Americans today. He was saying that we originally got to citizenship when we had babies. They passed that law so that the babies would be Americans because the slaves were not Americans. The black slaves in America were not American citizenship. So they went in the Constitution to fix that. So he just slow. He just, low comprehension skills. What Trump said was absolutely right. Birthright citizenship was for when black women had babies, those babies would automatically be United States citizens and be bound and have the rights of a United States citizen. It's just basic history. This is a fact. Actually, what Trump said was very respectful to black Americans. He was basically saying, y'all can't get the rights of black Americans. Y'all not black Americans. This was for black American babies when they was born. It's not for you. Basically, he was letting foreigners know they cannot use birthright citizenship. It was not created for immigrants. Okay? It was not created for immigrants. It was created for slaves that was here so that their children would be official citizens. And they would be official citizens not just to talk, but financial reasons and government reasons, so that you would get Social Security and get a Social Security number and governmental stuff that brother don't understand. You understand? Because once those babies become citizens, that's why all of us is citizens. These was our ancestors. But it also was for other things like GI Bills and all that stuff that they still try to cheat us out of. Trump knows all that stuff. Trump ain't no stupid because Trump got advisors around him that give him information. So when he rich like that and you interested in stuff, he got the people to tell him what to do. He wasn't trying to hate on them. He was telling them the historical fact. That's why the Supreme Court gave him the right to do it. He spoke on it because the Supreme Court gave him the right to do it. Because the Supreme Court knows he's right. That birthright citizenship was not designed for you to get pregnant and come over here and try to have a baby real slick and then try to make the baby be an American citizen and take money from the taxpayers to have this baby at the hospital and all that. You got to cut all that. You can't let people just fly over here just to have a baby and have America pay for it, then get the baby a certain age and then go back over there and the baby's a citizen. People will run a game on you. So if you don't be careful and tighten things up, them people have ruined this whole country. Everybody will be coming over here. Y'all don't know nothing about anchor babies. They've been coming over here having these anchor babies, coming over here and having babies so that the baby be anchored over here. Got no love for the country or nothing, just coming just for that. Pimping, trying to pimp the system. They finna take all that away. All them anchor babies is not finna be citizens. They gonna revoke all their citizenship. Rightfully so, they not citizens. It was a con. The same way all these Arabs and stuff got these stores and they got them things on there stealing your EBT numbers. The Fed's been busting them for that. They've been hacking EBT accounts, robbing people. People trying to come over here and pimp the system. And these same people, they exploiting us. And when you get rid of them, that's going to make more opportunity for us in our community. Get them out of here. This government shouldn't be helping them people before they help the people that built this country, bringing in these people over here that don't even got no love for the country. Foundation of Black Americans, we got blood in the soil. We fought in every war over here. You new immigrants ain't fought nothing. You ain't did no fighting over here. You came over here after we did all the fighting to live off of this. And that's cool, but you don't even want to go legally and become a citizen and pledge allegiance to the country. You want to run across illegally. We don't have no problem with legal citizenship. We don't have no problem with no brothers come from Africa or nowhere, but you got to do it the right way. You cannot come over here from Venezuela, whatever, and break all the rules while we here following the rules. We got driver's license. We got birth certificates. We got passports. We got paperwork. How you going to come over here and don't have no paperwork and think we going to respect that? You got to live the same way the rest of us live. Who you supposed to be? We have to speak English. We took English all through grade school. If you want to come here, learn English or get out. Don't come over here and tell me, now I got to take Spanish after I've been taking English my whole life, and you want to come over and don't want to speak no English? Disrespectful. You don't want to speak English, go back home. I cannot go to Venezuela and say, I don't want to speak Spanish. I can't go live in Mexico and say, I don't want to speak Spanish. Y'all got to learn how to speak English. How would that work down there? Are they going to make everybody in Mexico learn English? No. And you got people been up here 10, 20 years, still don't speak no English. That's what you call a user. Anytime you got a user in your country, they're going to run when the country falls. So they're not going to work. They don't care if the country's stand or not. When they go bad, they're going to try to run back home. You can't have no fake fair weather friends. I'm glad America's waking up. All these people that really ain't standing on nothing, get them out of here. You want to stay over here, go join the military and show your commitment. And we'll give you citizenship, a quick way to citizenship. Go put the blood on the line like the rest of us. My daddy fought right after World War II. My daddy went to Korea and Germany. What your daddy did? Oh, your daddy in Africa. Or your daddy in Venezuela. Your granddaddy, your daddy, your great-great-granddaddy, they ain't got no blood, so they ain't do shit for this country. Then you want to come over here and eat off the country. You want to eat the pie, but you ain't baked shit. You ain't baked nothing. So get out. Just like that. We want immigrants want to come over here and be citizens. If you want to come over and really be an American citizen, that's good for the country. You come from Africa, you come from the Caribbean, you come from Asia, whatever, and you want to be a citizen, you're going to make the country strong. But if you just run over here to eat, you don't want to commit, you just want to eat off our plate and then run back, get the fuck out of here. Because I'm not going to respect no African that's over here ain't no citizen over no African that did it the right way. The brothers and sisters come from Africa that work hard to become citizens. They deserve respect. You cheating them. They come and work hard to become citizens and help the country and live in the country and try to make a better life. You come over, don't want to do nothing, making the other brothers and sisters look bad. That's why a lot of Mexicans don't like illegal Mexicans. A lot of Mexicans that got their citizenship, they don't like the Venezuelans. They don't like the Mexicans that won't get citizenship because they like, me and my father and mommy and poppy, we came over and we got citizenship. We worked hard to be American citizens. They don't fly the Mexican flag at all. They fly the U.S. flag. They're totally against flying the Mexican flag. They feel like they had to leave Mexico. So they're not finna come over here and uphold nowhere they had to leave. Mexico treated them bad. That's why they came up here. Cuba treated them bad. That's why they came up here. Puerto Rico treated them bad. That's why they came up here. So they not finna honor no flag for no place they had to leave. Why would you do that? Why would you leave a place and then honor the flag of the place that didn't treat you no good, you had to leave, and now you waving Mexican flags everywhere? and then sending all the money back home. You're 100% right, Josh. Sending all the money back home, draining the country and stuff. And then coming up here working for the cartels or working for the Mexican military, undercover military agents up here too. Because the Mexican military has been infiltrated by the cartels. So now these Mexican military is coming up here pretending they're Mexican citizens, but they're really Mexican military that work for the cartels. You got dangerous Mexican military operatives living up here that is connected with the cartels. It got so bad in Arizona, they was having beheadings and everything. Do your research on what happened in Arizona. Do your research. Let's take a break and we'll finish. Do your research on what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Do your research, and all y'all out there, read some books. Support reparations for Black Americans. Read. When the election happened, I was pushing for Harris, people was pushing for Trump. But what people don't understand is in America, you're supposed to push for who you push for who they push for. You might think this one can do all right. You might think that one. It's not nothing we're supposed to beef over. And then whoever win and be the president, then that's our president, period. That's it. But a lot of Americans, y'all don't want to go by how it really go. You're supposed to give your all to get this person in there or that person. But once a person wins, you're supposed to let it go. And this is what I don't like about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. When the new president get in there, sit down, chill, and get yourself ready for when the next election come around, then I can see you start jocking again. But for you to just be the so-called Democrats and you just hating on Trump as soon as he get in there, I don't really support that. I think it's bad for the country. Whoever wins is the commander-in-chief and is the president. Chill, support the president, and then wait till it's time to put somebody else up there to run before you start getting behind somebody. But this whole thing where soon as Biden get in there, you just hate him because you're a Republican the whole time. Then you get Trump in there. Then they just hate on him the whole time. I'm not really with that. I think that's bad for America. I think that's bad. You're teaching the young people wrong. Then you turn around in sports and say, it don't matter who win or lose, shake hands. Well, what's the difference in sports and politics? We should have the same thing. They compete, this one win, congratulations. Just like in sports. If the Bulls playing the Lakers and the Lakers win, the Lakers is the champ and that's the end of it. I'm only supposed to be pushing for the Bulls until they lose. When they lose, they lost. That's it. I'm not going to be hating on the Lakers. It's over with. So I'm letting Trump see what he's going to do. See if he's going to do something good. And he, to me, I see him doing some good stuff. I ain't going to lie. I see him doing some good stuff. I don't know if he's going to do good and bad. I have to wait to see. I have to wait to see if he's going to do bad. I'm not going to just do this Republican Democrat stuff. We're supposed to be Americans. And the president is our president. I got a military mind state. So when you got a military mind state, now a lot of black people, you're going to say, well, Pharaoh, you're black. That's a white man. Let me tell you something. When you black, you're supposed to have a military mind state. You're supposed to have a mind state for a black government, right? And when you got a mind state for eventually your own black government, then you respect other governments the way you're going to want people to respect your government. So you're not going to act crazy under this government and then say you want a government. You're going to want your government to be the same way. If two black men, if we got an African country and two black brothers or a black brother and a black sister run for office, same thing. When one of them win, then everybody get behind the winner and go from there. When you got a military mind state, you still understand that the opposition is the same as you. You are army and they are army. And that's just what it is. And they supposed to do what they're supposed to do. You're not supposed to hate on them doing what they're supposed to do, because you are supposed to do what you're supposed to do. That's just what it is. And so me being military mind state, I can't judge him when he wins. I got to see what he going to do. Period. Because I personally believe Trump would give black Americans reparations. Because he not scared. Other politicians are scary. Dude is crazy. So if he want to do it, he don't give a damn. That's the one good thing about Trump. If Trump wake up, like a lot of white politicians, they won't give us reparations because they scared what somebody gonna say. Trump ain't like that. If Trump wake up and Trump feel like black Americans should get reparations, he'll give it to you. Period. Straight up. In the dough. Because as far as I'm concerned, Trump has spoke up for black Americans more than any other president in the history of America, to me. To me. To me, I've never seen a president say what I've seen him say. To me. To me, he has been the most radical. He have crossed the next line when it comes to black Americans. To me. I don't know about the other brothers. But to me, Trump has said things that no other white president would ever say. To me. To me.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation.
That's what he said. He the only one ever said anything like that. No white president ever said nothing like that. Not that I know of. I never heard him say it. Nobody. I've never heard a president say that. Never.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense? Right?
That man say bigger than you was given credit for. It don't get no realer than that. See, the real recognize real. If you say that, I'm not going to just blow that off. I'm going to be like, wow. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say he'll give us reparations. And white America applaud him because he's got that type of dominant vibe. He'll give it to them and they'll like it. And then he'll do something for them. He's smart. He'll give black Americans reparations and then he'll do something for whites. Because he's smart. He'll do something for whites in there. Everybody be happy. It'll be over with. See, I be keeping it real. I just do what I really see. And when he said that, he the only one said that like that. Nobody in modern times said that. And he believed that. And he's the president. So all we got to do is keep pushing for reparations. If we push for reparations, he'll give it to us. And one thing about him, once he say he gonna do it, he not gonna do no studies. He not gonna do no, he don't like waiting. He gonna try to do it immediately, you know. You understand? He ain't doing studies. If he say he gonna give us reparations, you're gonna have to check in 6 months or less. Because he's the type of person who want to make it happen in 2 months. You know what I'm saying? That's how dude get down. See, what I do like about him is he don't listen to nobody. He's not gonna listen to white America, black America. That's the best thing about Trump is that he not gonna listen to nobody. That's what's good about him. He not gonna listen to nobody. Facts. He get off he like doing stuff like that. So I believe he's the closest to reparations. I think Harris would have did it too, but I think she would have heed and hawed and she would have been scared of the government. You know what I'm saying? I think Harris would be scared of the government. You know what I'm saying? He don't need to do a third term. He do one term and do it and go on out of there. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to, you know what I'm saying? He do one term, do it and go on out of here, you know? We don't want to change terms and all that stuff because then you mess the whole government up. Then you get an asshole in there, then he get 3 terms. So, you know, you got to be careful what you ask for. You know, 2 terms to get out. If you do 3 terms and then you get a horrible president, now you done made a mess. You dig what I'm saying, DJ? You know what I'm saying? Plus, at 3 terms, he could wait. If he only get this term, he got to do whatever he going to do now. So we'll get it quicker. Yeah, he got a big ego. But not only that, Trump is a businessman. Okay? And any businessman knows that reparations is good for everybody. Reparations is good for white America. You understand? Any businessman know that. So if you're a businessman like that, you're going to do it. And white America only going to be mad until we get the money. But once we get the money and all these white Americans get these roofing jobs and these, because see, when it comes to work, It's not going to be based on race. Work going to be based on who do the work. So let me give you an example. Boom, I go in the basement. My father's house is flooded. Water 2 feet in the basement. Oh, this is a 911. I go to the phone book, right? I'm not looking for no black plumber, no white plumber. I'm looking for whoever could get here immediately. I called the plumber, right? I said, the basement is flooded. When could you come? He like, well, I can't come till tomorrow. Okay, click. My basement flooded. When you can come? Oh, we'll call you back. The dude ain't here. Click. My basement is flooded. When can you come? We on our way. He got the job. I don't know what color he is. Boy, you don't care who get the water out the basement. We shouldn't have to give them a reason why we want it. Listen. A closed mouth don't get fed. So the reason we giving them the reason we want it, because if we don't bring it up, it's not going to be an issue, Dylan. So if you want your issue to be seen, you got to say something. So if you Black Americans, if you don't say, we want reparations for this and this and this, and you don't say nothing, but white farmers have said, we want this for farming, and they said, we want this for this, and somebody said, we want this for this, and somebody said, we want this for this, all of those issues are going to be on the desk. And he's going to be trying to take care of all those issues. So you got to put your issue out there too. Hey, don't forget reparations. So you know what I'm saying? You got to, you know what I'm saying? It's like if you see a fine girl, you got to holler at her if you want to get with her. If you don't holler at her and somebody else holler at her, you know what I'm saying? You said we don't support con artists. I don't know what you talk about, Joe. I don't know what you mean we. You can't speak for me. Just say you don't support con artists, because I don't know what you mean. So I don't really like we. I don't like when people say we, because I don't know who is we. Gerald, who is we when you say we? Am I in that? Am I included in what you said? Because I think you should ask me before you just say we. So it's like stand on what you're standing on. Those type of statements I don't like. You know what I'm saying? Now you can say we should want this or we should want that. Who you speaking for though? Who is we? That's what I asked you. You saying teaching babies, but who is we? Who is we? No, it's not a dart. The dart is what I'm throwing. Who is we? He not throwing darts. He's shooting them rubber guns, the sticker darts, not real darts with points on it. Who is we? Because if he can't ask who is we, he got to hold a L. Who is we? Because I just see you on your channel. Is it a bunch of y'all on your channel? Who is we? Who is we, bro? Who is we? Who is we? Who is we? I don't know who we is. I don't know who we is. We can't be me. Because I might not agree with what the fuck you saying. So we got to be some other people. It got to be y'all against us or something like that. Because I'm trying to see if we is me. Because we is not me. And I'm trying to see if you got intelligence, because saying this man going to give us reparations is not supporting the con artist. It's supporting the reparation he's going to give us. So I'm just confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking in riddles. So now make some sense, or I got to get you out of here. You know, if you're a man, don't try to talk hardcore and then be soft and be scary like a girl. Like if you're a man, say what you're going to say. You know what I'm saying? Say what you're going to say like a man, because everything you talking is like a troll. You like you trolling. But this is what we gonna do. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, bro. Cause I really can't understand what you say. You trolling. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand trolls. You gotta talk man talk. I don't do troll talk. You gotta do man talk. You trolling. You soft. Don't try to talk strong and be scary. Just come out and say what you're gonna say. But don't type by yourself and type we. If it's we, it should be a bunch of y'all typing it. So when you saying something and you say we, you soft. Because it's just you. You don't represent no we. So that's soft right there. You soft. You're trying to make it sound like it's a group when it ain't no group. When you just standing on your own. You don't want to stand like no man and say, I don't support. You're supposed to say I, like a G. You say we, try to make it sound like you represent a group, but you at home with your phone by yourself. So that's you fraudulent, bro. When you say we, you got to be saying we like you support, like we shouldn't support a fraud. And then you're supposed to say we shouldn't support a fraud like Trump. You got to say it like a G. But if you're saying it like you scary and you leaving words out and you saying we, but you ain't really know we, you know, you look soft. You could put all them flags and all them fists, but once you soft, like all that stuff ain't gonna make you look hard, bro. That was weak. Like that was soft. Cause me and you ain't no weak if you don't see what I'm saying. It's you and it's me. So who the fuck is we? I don't know who we is. But over here, it's you not we, it's a y'all. And then if you ain't standing on what I'm saying, then y'all don't know what y'all talking about, bro. If there's a y'all. Basically, if it's a y'all, you know what I'm thinking about y'all. You know what I'm saying? If it is a y'all could go to hell. If it's a y'all, just say y'all, you know who that is. You know what I'm saying? Tell y'all to get off my line. Now, ain't no we. It's just you, goon. It ain't no we. Because when you say we, that includes me. It ain't no we. If me and you disagree, you can't say we. Goon, if I disagree with you, I can't say we. We includes you. Goon, in English, if I say we, that includes you. So if you don't agree with what I'm saying, then when I say we, you ain't going to like that. Because you're going to be like, who is we? You understand? Now, you might not be educated. That's why you typing all this weird stuff. So I don't know. I might got to get you out of here. I'm looking for intelligent brothers. But if you don't understand English, I'm trying to teach you some game. Yeah, anyway, bro, I'm not understanding what you said. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Okay? Come back tomorrow, goon. Come back tomorrow. Go do some collecting. Ain't you supposed to be out collecting? See, well, these brothers don't even know proper English. When they say we this, we that, they include everybody. But you got to find out if we agree with what you're saying. So you can't say we till you find out if we agree with what you're saying. That's why it should be we should do this and we probably could do that. But I can't say we and speak for all y'all when I'm just talking for me. If I'm just talking to me, I got to say me. I can't say y'all. I can't say we until I make sure I'm speaking for us. These brothers saying we, it's a trick on social media that when they trying to talk about somebody, talk to somebody like me, they weak, right? They feel like I'm over them. So because I'm Big Pharaoh, they make up a fake we. Like later for what you talk about, Pharaoh, we don't agree, but it's just you by yourself. then I have to come out and say, listen, you a buster. I don't know about y'all, but you is a buster. They're the one typing. You is a lame. That's all I know. I just know it's just your fingers. So I know you is a lame. I don't got to do we. We not saying you a lame. I don't do that. I'm not going to say we think you a lame. I'm going to say I think you a lame. I'm going to stand on business. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take the weak way. I'll say, well, we don't agree with you. I'm not going to say that. I can't say we don't agree with you. I can't speak for these people in the chat. I can't say we want you to shut up. I can't say that. That's disrespect to them. They might not want you to shut up. I got to say, I want you to shut up, and I'll see you tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. That's the difference between Big Pharaoh and the little guys. Stand on your stuff and say what you want. Stop trying to get a fake army. Well, we this and that, and we this and that, and it don't even be nobody. And brothers been using that too much, trying to use the word we when it ain't even, they ain't got no team, they ain't got no organization or nothing. They just speaking on their own and using the word we. And it's like, bro, that's French. We don't do we, parlez-vous français. We don't do all that, okay? We don't do we. We don't do parlez-vous français. We do French fries. We do French fries. That's what we do in the hood. We do. That's the only thing French we do is fries. We might do French toast, but we don't do parlez-vous français. We don't do all that. Okay? But if you get to talking crazy, you come back tomorrow. We do au revoir. You know, we do au revoir. I do au revoir. You know, get your old goofy ass out of here. Ain't on nothing. Just bored. You know what I'm saying? Just bored. You know what I'm saying? Saying that Trump might give us reparations, if it offend you, that's because you caught up in politics, and a lot of times you didn't vote for nobody. You don't like Harris, or you don't like Trump. So you're going to be on some weirdo political stuff, because as soon as somebody says something about Trump, you get all in your feelings. You understand? But I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I got a military mind state, so it is what it is. And when you're the president, you're just the president. This is based off of leadership. And if you're a ruler, if I'm the president of a country and Trump is y'all president, I got to meet with him. That's y'all president. I cannot meet with him like he not the president because I'm mad because he the president and I represent this country, represent that. He the president. I got to go deal with him like a president. This is boss. You understand? I'm talking boss talk. I'm not talking little boy emotional talk. That's little boy stuff. Trump is the president. Call him whatever you want to call him. Trump is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America. Period. Ain't no getting around that. That's what he is. Anything that you want to get done on that level, you got to go to him. It got to go through him. That's just what it is. I don't do emotions. It don't matter. It don't matter what I don't like him and all that. He's not my girlfriend. I don't got to like him. This is politics. This is military. This is politics. He is the commander-in-chief. What he do matters. If you want something done on that big level, you got to go through him. And yes, I would teach young Black Americans that. So he's saying, don't tell our babies that. Our babies, a Black man like him ain't teaching our children nothing about politics. Our children know nothing about politics. I teach my children, whoever is the mayor is the mayor. Whoever is the senator is the senator. Whoever is the congressman is the congressman. Whoever is the president is the president. That's done. That's over with. Now you got to deal with that like that. You understand? Yes, he did. He let them know that the 14th Amendment is only for FBA. That's what he let them know. That the 14th Amendment is not for them, which is a righteous thing. It's a righteous thing. See, people don't know that even though Trump, they saying he racist and stuff like that, Trump ain't nothing. Trump, whatever he got to be to win. If he need the racist vote, he'll be pretend he racist. If he need the black vote, he'll be on the black people's side. Trump is a businessman. But before Trump got into politics, he was a hero in the black community. Black people always liked Trump. Snoop and them turned on him. That was phony. In the black community, black men like rich dudes. Rich dudes be role models. Always. We've always been like, y'all, I'm on that Trump 10. We've always liked the rich guy as a symbol of go get some money. The black community always liked Trump. Always. Trump was never an enemy of the black community. That's all phony. That's all phony. Trump was never the enemy of the black community. We remember when he was dating a black sister. You remember when Trump was dating a black girl back in the day? Yeah, nobody said nothing because he was like a player. Who remember? She was like mixed. Y'all remember Shorty? Y'all remember Shorty? A lot of the racists didn't like him being with her like that. Who remember? She was cute too. People got short memories, you know what I'm saying? Nobody paid him a whole lot of attention because he wasn't no politician. You know, he was just a jet setter. So nobody paid attention like they would nowadays. Nowadays, everybody would pay attention. But it did make the news. He was with the biracial chick. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't be really getting into a lot of that like foolishness and stuff like that. When you want reparations or something like that, then you're gonna go at anybody that's in that position. It ain't no, oh, we ain't gonna go at reparations because it's Trump. No matter who it is, we want reparations and we're gonna be involved politically. Remember he was with her? Who remember when he was with Shorty? She was cute too. And so when you want reparations, it is what it is. You're gonna push for reparations, whoever the president is. What black people, the worst thing black people could do is follow Fox News or MSNBC. These news stations are the worst because when somebody's running for office, if a Democrat win, then Fox News just start trashing them, trashing them, trashing them. They don't just be fair and balanced. If Trump win, you ain't never seen like MSNBC and them, they overdoing it. It's like he can't do nothing right. It's like Trump is no good. Trump is no good. Now, we've already had all of this time for the election where you was pushing Harris, Harris, Harris. Trump ain't no good. Trump. Harris ain't no good. Then Trump win. And then you still like Trump ain't no good. Trump ain't no good. Bro, let that rest till next election. It don't look right. It don't look like right when you a Democratic news channel and all you try to find is something wrong with the Republican president, or you're a Republican news channel and all you trying to do is find something wrong with the Democrat. That it doesn't look like you news. It start looking phony. It don't look right. It don't look like news. It look like y'all just some political hacks. You know what I'm saying? That's just too fanatical to me. That's why I don't watch MSNBC or nothing. I can't stand the news now. Because when I was growing up, the news was just the news. But now you got Democratic news and Republican news. How could you listen to either one of them? And they teaching that to the public. It's like Republican news, Democratic news, like you turn on the news now, like MSNBC, and everything is anti-Trump. Trump ain't no good. Trump ain't no good. Trump. It look phony, man. He ain't doing nothing right because he a Republican. That look phony. Everything he do is wrong. He can't do nothing right. And then Fox, the Democrats, no Democrat could do nothing right. That's messed up. Y'all like that stuff? Y'all like that? I can't stand that. Like, that's weird. So they just ain't no good because they the opposite party. Had Chicago immigrant issues been over with before the election. Just that was all hype. That had been over. Them immigrants, that was all hype. A lot of them people left, bro. The amount that stayed ain't enough to make no difference in no big ass city like this. Big ass city like this, it's some Venezuelans, there's some apartments somewhere. Don't mean nothing, Josh. That was all hype. A big city like this, them people will disappear in this city. They won't be major. In no big old city like this, they just gonna disappear into the woodworks with the rest of the citizens. It's too many people. Maybe in a small city, yeah, they'll stand out. But here, they disappear. Then a lot of them left. You guys understand they from Venezuela, Josh. Once we have a couple of bad winners, they gonna move. So yeah, them people gone. You don't really see Venezuelans like that. Like they was up at the park and up at the beach. They ain't been up at the beach since. They was just up at the beach because they just got here. They didn't have nowhere to stay. Them people ain't gonna stay here. They gonna start moving. Springfield, some of these suburbs, they gonna start going. They ain't gonna stay bunched up like that. They was only bunched up like that, Josh. That was a fake scare because the guy in Texas governor put them on. The guy in Texas put them on buses and sent them up here. So all them buses was coming here and they was getting off. So people was making it like the migrants came here. The migrants did not come here. The Texas governor sent them here. So now the Texas governor put you on buses and send you in Chicago. When you and your woman get off, you ain't gonna necessarily stay here because they never came here. So Josh, they was pushing it like the migrants came to New York, like the migrants came. No, the governor sent them. And they sent them here, and it was winter and all that. And you know doggone well that if they from Venezuela and they got up and it was below zero and all that, you know the first chance they got, they went south. They probably down by Springfield. They probably down in southern Illinois. They probably down in southern Indiana. They probably went southern Kentucky. They went where it was warmer, I'm sure. They not going to stay up here no below zero. So they hyped it up like it was going to be, and now you drive around Chicago, them tents gone. They ain't at the police station. I don't know where they at. But you don't see no whole bunch of Venezuelans like that. Not that I see. When I went up to the beach, it was a whole bunch of them when Posy was here. I went back a month after Posy would go. It was none at the beach. They disappeared. Because first they need work, right, Josh? And if the work ain't here, they going to go where the work is at. So when they got their little money and stuff and they was able to get cars or whatever, and it's work over here, they going to drive there. They going to go where the money are at. A lot of them might have went. I don't think they all went to L.A. I believe they went to these farms and stuff, wherever jobs was at. Wherever jobs, that's where they going to go. It's still some here, though. But they ain't causing no problems like that. The ones that's going to causing problems is going to jail. And then ISIS finna grab all the rest of them. If they're out here, they won't be here long. ICE gonna grab them. But they was never no problem like people wanted it. Josh, it was a situation where blacks in Chicago are strong, the gangs are strong and stuff. And a lot of blacks was wishing bad on black Chicagoans. That's what was really going on. It was a lot of blacks on social media, on the internet, was happy to see them here. They was like, they're going to take over y'all city. It was a lot of city hate. So it was a lot of black people that is jealous of blacks in Chicago, how strong we are. And they was hoping for our downfall. They was hoping the Venezuelans would come here and cause us some type of problem. That's what was really going on. That's what was really up. They was, see, y'all talking all that Chicago, they going to take y'all city. All right. When? Where y'all at now? They going to take what city? Because they don't understand it's a lot of blacks in Chicago, but Chicago ain't blacks city. Chicago is a big ass city with 77 neighborhoods. Everybody and their mama in Chicago. People from India, all over Asia, all kind of white people, all kind of black people. This place is huge. And blacks live from downtown far as you can go south. It would take half a Venezuelan to come here and like deal with us. Do you know how many black people is here? Ain't no busloads of Venezuelans. Man, them Venezuelans can't beat one gang. Duh. Them Venezuelans can't beat one gang. They can't beat the vice lords. Y'all really think them Venezuelans could deal with the Vice Lords, the Blackstones, the BDs, the GDs, and the Four Corner Hustlers, the Black Souls? Y'all believe that? For one, it ain't enough of them. This most people don't know. This city is gigantic. The city is gigantic. It could be a whole bunch of them somewhere right now. I don't know where they at. It could be a whole bunch of them in some neighborhood. I don't know. That's how big the city is. Well, now that ISIS out here, yeah, they probably ran, Josh. They probably ran. Then a lot of them went back to Venezuela. A lot of Venezuelans went back home. They didn't like it up here in America. They said it was not what they told them. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't what they thought when they got here. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand something. From a lot of people's point of view, if you don't live in Chicago, you're gonna look at the Venezuelans coming here and being intimidating to us. But you gotta understand from their point of view coming here, we intimidating from them to them. They not intimidating, they coming at our turf, and our turf is very intimidating on 4 grade. They was more intimidated than we was. You gotta understand Chicago is a whole nother monster. So they was the ones intimidated when they came here. You can only imagine we wasn't surrounded by them. They were surrounded by us. They were surrounded. It wasn't like it was no million and no millions of them. It was just maybe a couple thousand. It wasn't even as many of them. It's Black Chicago citizens alone. How many Venezuelans y'all think came to Chicago? How many y'all think came? What y'all think? How many Venezuelans y'all think came to Chicago when they sent them on them bus? What numbers you think? Huh? What would be y'all guess? $40K, 1,240K. See what I'm saying? Y'all say 1,240K. All right. Now let's say 50K. Y'all think 50K could deal with 129,000 identified gang members? Huh? Identified is the key word. We know it's like 175,000 gang members here, 200,000, but they can only tell you to identify. They can't tell you. So y'all really believe 50K can come and get with 200K? You know what I'm saying? I guess. I understand people don't know. You know what I'm saying? Look, the Chicago Police Department maintains a database with a list of over 280,000 people as gang affiliates. 280,000. It's in the database. 280,000. Y'all believe them damn people on them buses could come here and really be a problem with 200, 250,000? I guess that shit funny. I guess if you don't live in Chicago, I can see how you would think that's possible. But if you live here, that's funny. You know what would happen to them if the word on the street they was a problem? Do you really? As a matter of fact, the brothers liked them. They called them VDs. They liked the VDs. Come on, man. Y'all really think that I could go out these streets and go to a store somewhere and this 8 or 9 Venezuelans could talk crazy to me? Who believe that? Who believe I'm born in Chicago 1958? Who believe I could walk to a store? It's an area with Venezuelans and they could talk crazy to me and everything will be fine. Y'all believe that? And there won't be no serious smoke behind that. I guess. And that's just Chicago. That ain't counting the guys in Harvey and all the suburbs. We ain't counting Harvey. We ain't counting Dalton. We ain't count. We ain't counting all the suburbs. Chicago Heights. We ain't count. We ain't. Come on, man. Come on, now. They can't even deal with the Latin kings and the Latin disciples. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we real cool in Chicago, so the brothers was cool with the VDs. We call them VDs. The ones that used to be over by O Block, they called them VDs. They was cool. The VDs was cool. You gotta understand they look up to us. They ain't got no King Von. They ain't got no Dirk. They know us. We don't know them, but they know us. Everybody know us. They know Chief Keep. They know all that. They know O Block. We don't know none of their neighborhoods, but they know O Block. They didn't want no problems like that. Them people didn't come up here looking for no problems with black Americans like that. Chicago, as far as black people, Chicago is really, 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 really black in the black area. It was a shock to them. For them, it was almost like being in Africa, I'm sure. You could just imagine. Imagine you's a bunch of VDs and you like on 77th over by Stony and you in this block and all of this is black. 76th, 75th, 71st, 69th, all the way down there this way, 79th, 80, 87 this way, then all the way you over by Cottage then, you know, King Drive, State, it's all black all the way that way. Then East is black all the way that way. And you in. And all this is black all the way to downtown and all the way to the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? And you here like that. And you got to go to the store and you got to see us every day, all day. And these shorties, those switches and these shorties, come on, man, these shorties crazy. Come on, man. They gonna come and try to be cool. They not finna come and just, man, and just cry. They'll get, man, come on, man. Like I said, they'll have to bring like a whole bunch of Venezuela here, like a big whole section, not no bus loads. We got, listen, the county jail will fill up more buses than the Venezuelans, just the county. Cook County Jail would fill up with more black dudes and buses than the Venezuelans would fill up buses. That's niggas in jail. Oh, no. The Cook County Jail buses will have more. The county got more blacks than Venezuelans up here. More blacks is at the county. Now, we don't want to talk about all the brothers coming back from Stateville and all the prisons that come home. You know how many black folks is there? Black, come on. Yeah, like that down there. The only difference between Texas is close to the border, LA and Texas to the border, so they got more Hispanics where they close to the border. So they got a lot of Hispanics throughout the state. But here, we surrounded by white. This is white people. We're in the Midwest, so it's white. Illinois is white. Indiana is white. Wisconsin is white. This ain't Hispanic up here. This is black and white. You got to go up to New York before you get around a bunch of immigrants or go down to Florida. But when you start talking Midwest, you talking America. You talking Americans, like American. A lot of this is farm, you know what I'm saying? Farms and stuff. Indiana grew corn. Milwaukee got all the dairy. Milwaukee dairy cows and milk. You know what I'm saying? So, no. You know what I'm saying? They get the beef with us. Brothers going to come down from Milwaukee. Brothers going to come from Gary. Brothers going to come from Detroit. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand, we live in all them places. You know what I'm saying? We in all them places. You know what I'm saying? Blacks in Chicago, we in all them places. You know what I'm saying? When you just a solo, it's limited. But when you affiliated, it's different. When you're affiliated like that, it's like an army. So it ain't really been no beefs like that. They ain't been bothering us like that. It's already been a couple summers. If anything was happening, it would have happened last summer. Last summer was non-eventful. They had when they first got here, there was a couple of things, but that went bad for them. They had all that L with us and the Latin Kings. They went bad. The Latin Kings, they went bad messing with them kings. If they get to messing with them SDs and them Latin Kings, it's gonna go bad for them. And them other Latin gangs, boy, woo, boy, it'll go so bad for them. They ain't got enough recruits. But from what I seen, they doing like they was trying to do miscellaneous crimes and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard to come up here to a city like this and do that because you stand out. The police and everybody see you. There's Venezuelans right there. They're going to pull you over. They're going to search you. Or you got a machete. Okay, boom. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention the police. You know, this ain't Venezuela. And you come up here sloppy like that, you going to jail. The dick boys on you, so they kind of out of their element. They was going to jail left and right. Last year, they was going to jail. They was grabbing them because they like, bro, you know where you at? You not in Venezuela, bro. This, boy. Know what I'm saying? But I ain't seen no problem yet. We'll see. I doubt if it be one though. If you don't see the drill rappers dissing them, then it ain't no problem. If they want a problem, then you're gonna see Von 1700 and you're gonna see Batman and you're gonna when you start seeing them, then they got a problem. But if you don't see the rappers dissing them, then there ain't no problem. Cause that's another thing too. These shorties gonna get on the rap. They're gonna get on them drill songs and they gonna tell everybody it's gonna be all the way up for them. They don't got that communication like that. So from what I've seen, they ain't no enemies. I ain't heard about nobody talk about them being no enemies, and their numbers went down. I don't see them at the stores no more. I don't see they women at the stores. I do see some of them at the stores still, some though, but they be older like. They be at the Whole Foods and they be at different places, but they probably running now because ICE been going up to Home Depot and grabbing them. You know what I'm saying? ICE gonna grab them. Yeah, they gotta run because ICE gonna. If they outside this summer and ICE find out they got an area, they gonna grab them. Like they grabbed that lady today. They grabbed that lady today. They was trying to fight and stuff. They grabbed that lady. Naptown, what up, Naptown? So nah, they not really gonna be no problem like that. I don't think they're gonna be here. I think they're gonna get deported. I think they're gonna get deported. I don't think the Venezuelans, I think they're gonna get deported. It's gonna be a long summer for illegals. You know what I'm saying? The one thing about Trump, he not really nobody to play with, especially this time after they tried to lock him up and all that, and now he didn't got back in there. He really not the one to play with. He really not. If they were smart, they'll just go back home on their own. Because if he get them, they might be in some prison somewhere. They might end up in Singapore in a prison. They paying prisons to keep people, man. You know, it'd be best for them to just. I would leave. I would leave and I would apply for legal citizenship. I would not be here right now. Because, boy, they not playing. ICE not playing none. They grabbing Africans, too. They grabbing Africans. They grabbing Asians. Hey, man, they not just grabbing Hispanics. If your ass illegal, they grabbing you. You know, we had to tell our families to keep their ID. They rolling up on you. They got to see your ID. I had to tell my daughter and all my stepchildren, all my sons and children to keep their ID and tell my children to tell their mamas. Tell y'all mama to keep their ID, boy. You better have your ID on you when they come. They grabbing Haitians. They grabbing Jamaica. If you're not a citizen, they grabbing you and they putting you out. It's gonna be a long summer. And then when they went and did all that stuff in LA, and them Mexicans, them immigrants did all that protest and stuff, they made it worse. Man, I don't know what they was thinking. They made it worse. He offered $1,000 for self-import, and he'll pay me $1,000 if I grab him. I can go start an organization right now, and you get $1,000 a man. You get $1,000 a man. I can start an organization right now. Go get like 10 brothers, and we get $1,000 a man if we grab them. Men, women, and children. So I'm gonna go around here and give me a problem. I'll go sign up. I'm a businessman. I'll go sign up and start an organization. I'll go right back where you was talking crazy, and we'll grab you and get paid. Why would I beef with you when I can grab you and your family? I can grab 5 of y'all. That's 5 racks. I grab everybody over there. Plan. It's dollars on your head. They put that $1,000 on each one, man. It ain't gonna be a one nowhere. Soon as now the weather's warm, soon as everybody get their paperwork together, man, people going for that 1,000. They got 1,000 for every one you grab. Man, they grabbing them left and right. A rack, every one you grab. It's crazy. They pay 1,000 for each one. It's a bounty on their head. You know that's crazy, right? It's a bounty on them. That's why if you're a black American, I keep your ID on you. Because ICE out there, they out there too. They grab me. They're like, let me see your ID. You know what I'm saying? They getting money, man. That's a quick 3, 4, 500,000 you could get all day. Right now, you could get paid right now. Good money. You get 1,000 for every man and woman, child, man, woman, whoever. He want them out of here. I don't blame him. Yeah, G-Rock. They want 1,000. They're paying 1,000 for every immigrant you grab in America. You get 1,000. Every illegal you grab. People putting little posses together right now. They're going to get that money. All you gotta do is search it. It's gonna come right up. Watch. And they offering $1,000 to everyone that leave on their own. But check this out. They don't want to show it. $1,000 per person. Lawmakers propose paying residents to catch undocumented neighbors. It's in a lot of, hold on. Yep, they paying. If you grab them, they gonna pay you $1,000 a person. See? $1,000 per person. Lawmaker proposes paying residents to catch undocumented neighbors. A lawmaker in Missouri is proposing a bounty hunter program for illegal immigrants. The proposed bill would pay people to catch those they believe to be in the United States illegally. Senate Bill 72. In some places, they doing it already. So it's like, boy, imagine like you here, it's a Jamaican here, he talking crazy to you, but he ain't here legally. You can go grab his goofy ass. and you go grab him and get paid. Bro, you keep talking crazy, you the big bad dude. All right. You ain't legal. Yep, they paying. Yep. It's gonna be crazy. You know what I'm saying? This summer they gonna be grabbing them, man. You could get you a quick 100,000, 1,000 a person. If I grab 50, that's 50,000. I grab 100 of them, that's 100,000. I'm in Chicago. I could easily grab 300, 400. That's 400. That's almost $500,000. If I get 500, that's $500,000. Put my little team together. Me and my cousin. He was a sheriff, and he like crazy like GI Joe. He want to be an assassin type. My cousin I grew up with. Me and my cousin put a team together. We only need like 3 more dudes, 5 of us. Every time we got 5, that's 1,000 for each one of us. We'll grab all of them too. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. You be out of here. We'll grab everybody, Mexicans too. We'll grab everybody, anything moving. We go grab it. You gotta prove you legal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a come up. It's crazy, but it's some good money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. All you gotta do is go grab them, turn them in. It's gonna be a long summer. Everybody going, man, listen, man, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy in Chicago by the time you get to July, the end of July, August. They're gonna be grabbing them people. Them people gonna have to leave. They're gonna be grabbing them people. They be like, it's a building full of them over there. Imagine it's a building full of them. It's 50 of them over there. That's 50,000. Boy, they going for that. He put a bounty on their head. My phone went off the day it happened. Like, man, you know what I mean? Would the moral ethical part be the only thing stop you? I mean, moral and ethical part wouldn't stop me. It's just uh, when I make money, I like to make money my way. So just because they offering money, it ain't necessarily nothing I'll just jump on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So it ain't nothing I would just jump on because I like to make money my own way. I don't like to just do anything for no money. So for me to change my life around, you know what I'm saying? And just to go out there and be a bounty hunter, I don't know that. I don't know if that would be me. That's a lot of things I could do if I wanted to get money like that. So I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'd be motivated to go up, jump up, and do that. I don't be chasing money like that. It's good money, but you know, I'm working on a book and all that. I'm finna get money anyway. So why would I need? So it's something. What I'm saying. I'm turning down money all the time. I got to want to do removal service. 2,000 a day, split between him and me. 1,000 a day, 5,000 a week, 20,000, 20,000 a month between him. 40,000 a month, 20 for him, 20 for me. Only so many hours just dumping stuff. I don't even want to do that. I want to just do what I'm doing, get my book done, go out there, sell the book, be something I really want to do, and get money under my own rules. You know what I mean? I mean, as far as morals and stuff like that, I mean, it's not immoral for me to grab you and deport you if you're illegal. If you're illegally in the country, there's no morals. That's not immoral for me to grab you and get you out the country. I don't agree with illegal immigration. I believe in laws. And if I was the Pharaoh in Egypt, you could not just come to Egypt and be walking around and we don't know who you are. We're going to have to know who you are. So, one thing about having the mind of a ruler, if you have a mind of a ruler, you're not going to support anything in any country that you wouldn't support in your country. If I had my own country, you would not be able to come to my country illegally and be there, and we don't know who you are, and you don't got to go by the rules, but the rest of my royal subjects got to go by rules. All these people in my kingdom got to go by rules. You come in here thinking you don't got to go by no rules. Everybody else got paperwork. Everybody else legal. You come in illegal. So I don't respect it because a lot of y'all going to be wanted. This is common sense, going to be running from the law, running from horrible cases. If you know anything about the type of crimes they commit down there, dudes is running for heinous crimes that coming up here. They got to be apprehended. They bringing up babies. All them babies ain't even theirs. They doing human trafficking and all that. Them not legitimate. Them coming up here is not legitimate. Some, very few. That's illegal stuff. Man, there's women everywhere now doing anything strange for some change. So it's not immoral. It's no immoral than whatever else you do for a job. It's just a job. I would probably be considering it, but like I said, I gotta write this book. I got irons on the fire already. So I'm not trying to plan to do all this new stuff. I gotta call my boy and say, man, I ain't gonna be able to do that business because I gotta work on this book. It's like this. You want to get money, right? Everybody, you want to get money. You want to have a nice bunch of money to do something. Now, in my world, people want to chase money every day, but in my world, a lot of times I plan for money. So once I make a plan for money, the money's sitting there. So now I'm not desperate for money because the money's sitting there. All I got to do is execute and go get it. So right now, I'm not tripping over money because I got a book that's going to make millions. So money ain't no big deal to me. Only thing big deal to me is stay alive so I can get the money. And once I finish writing the book and take my time put the book together, then the money there. So I'd be looking crazy now running for money over here when I got money sitting there. The book is for the average American. The book would be their retirement money. So I'll be thinking. So I know a lot of people are like, well, he chilling. He don't seem like, no, I'm not really chasing no money because I use my brain. And sometimes you can plan and get further than run around like a chicken with your head cut off. I could chill, write my book, do my lives, talk about myself, build up my personality, write a really excellent book, take my time, have it put together, have the cover nice and all that, set up to go do my tour to sell it, and then go get the money. Right now, for me to go and do the bounty hunter stuff and all that, it's going to take away from that. Now, once you write one book and it do good, then that's another one and another one. And how much money is that? You officially is an author now. You get money. And it's something you can do at 65. If you plant-based and take care of yourself and exercise, you can sit back and write books, get big money, be 65, 70, 75, and get more money in those years than other people got their whole life. They worked their whole life for Babylon and ain't got no money. You go do something for yourself, put your genius into it, and shut the game down. So I don't really be worrying about money. I be worrying about executing plans that's going to get money. But then that's all secondary. Money's not a big deal to me. Money, I'm not into money like everybody else. I'm into health. I'm into health. I'm into health. I'm trying to stay alive because if I ain't alive, I can't get no money. So right now at 67, all I'm into is exercising. Like I ate I've been eating watermelon. I'm buying all type of nutrients and stuff. That's all I'm into right now. So I could get the money. I can't get the money. Once you get the money, then you get sick. Then what? Because I got movies and everything lined up. I just got to finish this book. And the first, when you do a different project, you do a new project, the first one going to take time. Because you got to set up all of the things to get it done. But once you go through the initial setup to set up everything to get it done, then the next one is boom, 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 boom. So I can't see myself, G-Rod, right now going to check them when I got to get this music career off the ground in the book. Because the rap and the book go together. So that's double money right there. I'm going for that. I'm going for this rap career and this book. That's money right there. So, I think I'm finna be back. I think I'm finna be back in Arizona writing uh, in a week or two. I think I'm finna be back in Arizona writing. Yeah, it's good money, G Rob. If you need the money, you better go get it. You know what I'm saying? If you need the money, I would go get it. If I didn't have other stuff going on and I thought about it, I probably would do it. I gotta think though. But right now it's just too much for me. I gotta get this book done and I gotta get this rap off the ground, along with everything else I'm doing. So it's hard for me to think about that because I'm finna have like 5 YouTube channels. So I've been working hard. I've been building up vegan intel. I'm still working hard over here. I got to get Kimmy to Chicago going. right? Black on Black Sports, and the other channel I don't want to say. So I'm at like 4 channels soon, and then working on the 5th one. I ain't gonna be able to because it's too much. It's gonna be too much. I ain't gonna have time to focus on it. It's gonna be too much. You know what I'm saying? It's only so many hours on the day I got. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been getting no sleep now like that. It just will be too much. And then it won't fit. You know what I'm saying? It won't fit. Like I got a theory called an octopus. And the octopus is you do a lot of different businesses, but they can't clash. That business a clash of what I'm doing. It won't fit. See the live streaming, the rapping, and the book. Now if I do that, that's a whole nother, you know what I'm saying? It won't. And then when I'm gonna do it. Cause like when I write G-Rock, I gotta write straight. Ain't no off days. So that's why I haven't been writing. I haven't been writing since I wrote all the last stuff. Because when you sit and you write, you can't take no breaks because you're going by a thought. And once you get in that thought mode, you can't stop and go do something else and then come back and write. So I wrote a whole bunch. Boom. Now I'm finna go in a couple of days to do it again. Boom. Then I might take off 2 or 3 weeks. And when I go that next time, boom, the basics will be done. Then all I have to go back in is fill the story in. So I'm like really getting close right now. Right now, I'm just laying down my life. But I've been taking my time with that because I got to do, you know what I'm saying? I got a lot of this stuff I got to try to do. You know what I'm saying, G-Rock? I got a lot of stuff I'm trying to do. You know, it's like if you're a rapper, right? And you want to rap, don't rap and then build up your character while your raps is getting cold. Right now, build up your character so your character is already big. So when the rap come, you already got an audience. Don't write your rap and then let your rap be getting cold while you trying to let everybody know who you are. Start letting everybody know who you are now. See what I'm saying? So people like, well, dang man, you on live all the time. Yeah, but then this is free. And when anything I drop, anything I do, boom, I automatically got advertisement. Basically. So only thing gonna do when I drop the book, that my subscribers over here gonna quadruple. Still going crazy. When I add an element to it and work out, I'll go follow them over there, then it just go crazy. So I'm like almost at 50,000 subscribers. As soon as I drop the book, this gonna go up to like 1 million subscribers. Just like that. It's just gonna go just like that. Especially with the music. It might go up to 2 million with the music and the book. It's just gonna go crazy. The book is gonna be something nobody can't even imagine. The book is crazy. It's like some unimaginable. The book is just the premise of the book. I have not never gotten to the premise of the book. The stories of my life is not the idea of the book. See, I haven't gotten into the idea of the book. You see what I'm saying? My book is not just my life story. It's an idea behind it. And the idea behind it is crazy. but it's my life story, so I got to write the life story. Then I got to go back and fill in the idea of the book, because the idea of the book goes along with my life story. So I'm really writing two books. It's an autobiography with a premise to it. So it's not just an autobiography. It's an idea mixed with the autobiography. Because you know what I'm saying, it's fire. And then there's some other things. I got some movements. I got some movements that go along with that too. So I gotta get my mind right. I'm exercising. I'm getting in shape. I'm kind of chilling. I'm not running around a lot. You know, I got friends and different people. I won't say who. You know, they want to know, well, why you ain't going nowhere? Why you ain't hanging out? Why you ain't enjoying life? So they don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I'm a businessman. When I drop this book, I'm not gonna be able to sit down. So why would I run around right now? I'm not gonna be able to sit down. I'm gonna be running around constantly. Why would I run around right now? See what I'm saying? I'm gonna chill right now. I gotta go out and do book signings all over for how many years? Once I drop the book, I'm not gonna be able to sit down no more. I'm not gonna be able to sit down for a long time. That could easily be 5 years. You figure 60, I'll be 73. Why the hell would I be running around right now? No, I got some more weights coming. I'm trying to do these sit ups. I'm trying to get my abs together. I'm trying to get my leg strength together. I'm trying to get my whole thing together so I'll be strong so I can go get this money. You know, I'm trying to live to 100 and still be on my square, still be sharp and give myself something to do. So I'm not trying to run around right now. I just can't. It'll be stupid. I'll run around, then I got to do this, run around. I've been burnt out. But with the book and the rap, I could do it at the same time. They grabbing everybody, bro. I told y'all. I told you. They gonna grab everybody. They grabbing everybody. All my brothers and sisters, if you African, if you Haitian, if you Jamaican, if you're not a legal citizen, you need to be trying to go and take your legal means now. That might save you. You need to be trying to find out how to become a legal citizen. If you not, to the brothers that's watching me and sisters, you need to start that process right now, and you need to keep those papers on you. Yeah, I'm gonna get a movie, but I already got a movie book. That's the second book. I got a movie book that's not about my life. I got a book that's a movie. I got a movie already. I got a movie. I got a movie so cold. So that's another reason I got to get this finished so I can get the process done with writing. Then the other one's gonna be like this because you already got the process. You already got the people that read it for you. You already got the people that do covers for you. You already got artists. When you do these new businesses and you put all the pieces in place and you do the first project, then after that you already got the assembly line ready, and boom, boom, I got a movie that's just crazy. And I don't want to sell the screenplay because you got to go around begging everybody to sell the screenplay. So if I write it in a book first, then I can shop the book for a movie rather than the screenplay. I can already be getting money from the book. I got a movie. I got a movie that's 30 million, $40 million movie. Easy. I got a movie that's so crazy. So that's why I gotta knock this out. It's like it's not gonna be July. I gotta have this all done September, whatever, around September. I gotta be done wrote my whole life story. And then I gotta be going back to do the premise of the movie. And by the time I get to November, like in there, I should have all that and I should be having people proofread and stuff like that and be getting my album cover and all that. Do they still got the home of the hoagies? I don't know, man. Probably. I've been vegan so long. I don't know. I've been vegan for 47 years. They got the home of the hoagie down there on, yeah. Yep. On 103rd. Oh, yeah, they still over there on 111th. On the 111th. That used to be the spot. I used to go over there. That's why I used to get my hoagies and my steak sandwiches. They still there. I can't believe it. Right there on 1316 West 111th. That's why I went where I was choking to death. I was eating a bag of skins, man. I might have been around high school age, 18, 19, something like that. I was eating a bag of skins. They got down my throat, and I was right there on the left. I pulled in. I went there and said, give me something to drink. Give me a soda. They said, okay, sir. Once I said, no, no. They gave it. I drank. That stopped me from choking. Man, I used to go there. Man, I used to go there and get the hoagie sandwiches and get the steak sandwiches. That's back when I used to eat meat. That's the spot, though. If they still making them the way they making them, I ain't gonna lie, they gonna be fire. And I don't even eat meat. That's the spot. You know what I'm saying? That's the spot right there. That's why I used to eat as a shorty. That's why I used to eat as a shorty. Real talk. I wonder if them projects are still back there when you go north on Ada back in there. What was the name of them projects? Ada? I forgot what them was called. That's like 100. That's 109. Ada. What's the name of that over there? What's the name of that over there? It pops up. What they used to call that? Not the Elizabeth Davis. What they used to call that? I forgot what they used to call them projects over there. Man, it was dangerous over there. And what they used to call that. Back up in there. Because my god sister lived in there before her mother passed away and she moved in with us. You left me a message on Instagram. I think I've seen it. Let me see. I think I seen it, but I don't see it. Send it to me again, cause I don't know which one is you. I got the brother that I'm supposed to send a magazine. I think I remember you. Send it again. The projects on the 109th and like Ada back there. When you go further north, right off 111, and then you make a right and you go back over there right before you get, you know what I'm saying? There's some projects back up in there, right? I forgot what they was called. They like town row houses, like it's like some row houses, and it's right. I think 109th, maybe 108th, right down the street from the hoagie shop, going north. I forgot what they call them. It's way before you get to Purcell Julian. It ain't when you get to Julian. It's right there, and then the steel mill used to be started right there. So it was right before you get to the steel mill. Then the steel mill went to where Julian is at. What's the name of the project? It was dangerous to go back in there. Man, you didn't want to go back up in there, boy. That's where my god sister Tammy, rest in peace, she passed away. That's where Tammy used to live. We used to have to go pick her up there all the time. Hey man, that was a dangerous. Everybody know don't go if they don't know you because I'm way from over on the 116th in Aberdeen, so I'm in Maple Park. Then the hoagie shop is right there in Morgan Park. But then when you keep going north, behind the hoagie shop, like there's the little row houses, like, and it was called. I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called. All I know is it was known don't go back up in there unless you live back in there. They not gonna know my ass from Maple Park. They ain't. Now they showing me one on Woodlawn, not that one. 919 South Ada. That's not the one. I'm talking about 109th. No, not 109th. I'm going to 111. Yeah, that is 109th or 108th. They saying 919 South Ada Street. That ain't where I'm talking about 919. Not 108th Street. 919 South Ada. It's supposed to be 109 South or 108 South, not no 919. I don't know where that's at. I don't know. Is that called Indian Gardens? I don't know. I don't think so. On 108th, 109th back in there? 108th, 109th. We used to call it something else. We used to call it something else. But that might be it. We used to call it something else. It was more. Indian Gardens. Now I see a restaurant. They might have been tore it down for all I know. Housing Landmark Snapshot, Indian Gardens, 2421 West 108th. I don't know. No, that ain't it. They might have been tore that down. Now that I think about it, they probably been tore that down. Well, it might not be Ada. Let me see, Ada. What's further than Ada? I don't know. What's further than Ada? Down there, what street is the hoagie shoppers on? Down that way. Is that Troop? No, that ain't Troop. It's further down from Troop. It might. I don't know. Yeah, I'm seeing houses and stuff. This ain't what I'm looking for. There's some projects back up in there. I don't know. They might have been tore that stuff down. Anyway, y'all, that's it for tonight. Y'all have a good night. Positive energy all the time. Make sure you support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you send a donation, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Stay positive and push for reparations. And don't get all emotional over the elections and all that. Keep your head level, right? And make sure you go and subscribe to Pharaoh Said That Live.